Hi everyone, if you can please take your seats, we're going to start in 2 minutes. Good afternoon. I am Yumna Al-Amri. I'm a policy manager here at JPAL. I'll be with you throughout the event and the course for the rest of the week. Today, we're hosting the first edition of the Challenges and Chances in the Labor Market in Egypt and Beyond conference in collaboration with the Institute of Labor Economics, IZA's Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, program on gender, growth, and labor markets in low-income countries. Before we start, I'd like to highlight a few things, just a few housekeeping rules. The conference's main language is in English. However, we have live interpretation from English to Arabic, from Arabic to English. If you need it, please take your headsets from here. لغة المؤتمر الأساسية بالإنجلش. لو حد محتاج headsets بالعربي, please هتلاقوا البوث هنا تاخدوا الهيدسيتس بتاعتكم. Now, please join me in welcoming Dr. Ahmed Al-Sayed, the Executive Director of JPAL MENA, for his welcome remarks.
Thank you, Yumna. Your Excellency, Dr. Maged Osman, CEO and Director of the Egyptian Center for Public Opinion Research and the former Minister of Communications and Information Technology, distinguished guests, esteemed participants and colleagues, good afternoon. It's an honor and pleasure to be your host today and to welcome you in my capacity as both a professor here at the American University in Cairo and the Executive Director of JPAL MENA. Today's event reflects our shared commitment as academics and practitioners to advancing the fields of development and labor economics, and to driving evidence-based policymaking across the MENA region. The event brings together experts and leaders in academia, policy, and development to address some of the key pressing labor market challenges in the region. In this regard, the conference represents a step in our joint mission towards bridging research and policy. Under the theme, Challenges and Opportunities in the Labor Market in Egypt and Beyond, today's conference, hosted by JPAL MENA at AUC, in collaboration with G2 LIMLIC, or Gender, Growth and Labor Markets in Low-Income Countries, which is a joint initiative between IZA, Institute of Labor Economics in Bonn, Germany, and the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, FCDO, aims to share new findings and advance collective action on these challenges. Following today's discussions, we will hold a 3-day advanced course on evaluating social programs, designed to equip participants, including postgraduate students, faculty, and early career researchers with essential skills in rigorous impact evaluation. This course, developed in partnership with G2 LIMLIC and UNICEF Egypt, is part of our broader effort to cultivate a skilled community of researchers and practitioners dedicated to evidence-based policy. Today's conference holds significant importance as employment and labor market dynamics are fundamental drivers of economic stability and social equity. These dynamics are especially critical in the MENA region, where economic challenges are intensified by ongoing conflicts, disproportionately affecting vulnerable populations. For instance, female labor force participation here remains among the lowest globally, with a regional average of just 20 to 25% compared to the global average of approximately 48%. Some countries, such as Yemen and Iraq, report participation rates below 15%. This is the case particularly among young women aged 15 to 24, who often encounter significant barriers as they transition from education to the workforce. The labor market realities in this region prompt critical questions. How can we improve job quality, reduce informality, and create inclusive employment opportunities? How can we prepare the workforce for future demands while ensuring that women and youth are not left behind? Today's sessions will explore these themes in depth, offering insights and suggested solutions to the challenges we face. Our hope is that these discussions will lead to practical approaches and inspire academic research that drives meaningful progress. Finally, I would like to extend my deepest thanks to the organizing team for their dedication in bringing this event together. Their commitment has made it possible for us to gather and engage in these vital discussions. I would also like to thank our professors who kindly accepted our invitation and came all the way from Europe and the US to teach at this advanced course. Oriana Bandiera, the Sir Anthony Atkinson Professor of Economics at the London School of Economics and the Program Director of G2 LIMLIC. Ben Elsner, Professor of Economics and the Head of the School of Economics at University College Dublin. Emily Beam, Associate Professor at the University of Vermont. And Michela Tarsella, the Chief of Humanitarian Evaluation at UNICEF in the Evaluation Office in New York. Thank you all and welcome to the American University in Cairo. We're grateful for your presence and look forward to 4 days of productive dialogue, collaborative learning, and engaging training sessions that will deepen our shared knowledge and strengthen our collective impact. It's now my pleasure to give the floor to my colleague and co-organizing partner, Annabelle Kreuze-Pilatus, who's the Deputy Program Director of G2 LIMLIC, Scientific Manager and Senior Researcher at IZA.
Thank you, Ahmed. And welcome everyone, dear guests and colleagues. It is a pleasure also from my side to welcome you to today's policy conference here in Cairo at AUC. As the Deputy Director of the Gender Growth and Labor Markets in Low-Income Countries program, I'm privileged to be part of a dedicated team focused on uncovering ways to inclusive development. G2LIMLIC is one of the research programs funded by FCDO, the British Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, and is managed by the Institute of Labor Economics, IZA, in Germany. The program is being led by London School of Economics Professor Oriana Bandiera, whom you will also see in the policy panel in a short time. Our work is driven by the understanding that closing gender gaps in economic participation and opportunities is not only a moral imperative, but also a powerful driver of economic prosperity. We have seen that when we invest in gender equality, and especially in women's access to decent work, equal pay, and social protection, we empower people to build resilient economies and foster sustainable growth. That is why we at G2LIMLIC provide funding for research projects on gender and labor topics in Africa and South Asia to understand barriers to gender parity. And we organize capacity building events for local scholars to contribute to their empowerment in research and also for them to be able to impact local policy themselves. We have, for example, as Ahmed mentioned, a course on impact evaluation coming up in the next 3 days here at AUC, co-organized with JPAL MENA and UNICEF Egypt. And we also offer online courses and a mentoring program. More generally, however, the overarching aim of the program is to guide future gender and labor market policies. This is why we aim to disseminate research results to the policy arena, which is our focus here today. We have had several editions of these types of policy conferences in the past, for example, in Nepal, Ethiopia, and Ivory Coast. Now, this is actually the first time the G2LMLIC program is having a policy event in the MENA region. And I'm very excited about this and to learn from experts from the MENA region and share insights also from beyond to understand mechanisms and potential ways forward regarding labor and gender issues. Therefore, we are more than happy to be here, and we could not have asked for a better collaborator and host for this conference, namely JPAL MENA at AUC. Thank you so much, Ahmed, and your entire team here at JPAL MENA for the tireless effort, support, and professional organization you put into setting up this important conference. I also would like to thank Viola Hartmann, the logistics manager from IZA, for her endless dedication in organizing events like this one. Now, I'm very much looking forward to the keynote speech of Your Excellency Dr. Maged Osman, the discussion of the policy panel thereafter, and the input from the academic presentations. Thank you very much to all speakers and panelists for your contribution to this conference today. With this, I wish us all an insightful day with interesting discussions here on the podium, as well as during the breaks. Thank you very much. And I'm handing over to Laura McLean, the Social Development Advisor at FCDO. Thank you.
Thanks, Annabelle, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm really pleased to be here on behalf of FCDO to kick off what I'm sure will be a day filled with lots of insight and interesting discussions. We've been proud to support the work of the Gender Growth and Labour Markets in Low-Income Countries programme. This builds on a long partnership between FCDO and IZA, building invaluable evidence on labour market dynamics in low-income countries, particularly for those often left out. I'm also really pleased the conference is taking place in Egypt, where pressing labour market issues provide an important context for our discussions. As with many countries, women continue to face substantial hurdles in accessing employment. Addressing these issues is crucial, not only to advancing gender equality, but also unlocking the full potential of the workforce and supporting sustainable growth in the region. Today's discussions are an exciting opportunity to explore what works to support women's participation, reduce barriers, and advance gender parity across the region and beyond. By exchanging research and evidence, we can equip policymakers with the insights to drive inclusive growth and to create opportunities for all. As the UK government, we recognise that high-quality, evidence-based research is really essential to good policymaking. That's why forums like today are so important, bringing together researchers who generate the evidence and policymakers who can apply it. This collaboration bridges the gap between knowledge and action, helping us to understand how best to empower women and to strengthen labour markets in the face of a rapidly changing global economy. I'm really looking forward to today's discussions and the fresh perspectives I'm sure it'll bring. I'd also really like to extend my thanks to all the organisers for what's been such a well-organised event so far. And with that, I will hand back. Thank you.
So please join me in welcoming His Excellency Dr. Maged Osman as our keynote speaker for today. Dr. Osman is the CEO and the director of the Egyptian Center for Public Opinion Research, Basira. He's a leading figure in social statistics and public opinion research in Egypt, bringing extensive experience as a former Minister of Communications and Information Technology, the former chairman of the Egyptian Cabinet of Ministers Information and Decision Support Center, IDSC, and as a member of the National Council for Women, which is a government body that since its establishment in 2000 focused on advancing gender equality and women's rights, promoting women economic and educational opportunities, and fostering an inclusive society that supports and empowers Egyptian women. Dr. Osman's contributions extend to national policy development, where his expertise has informed critical strategies, including Egypt's Vision 2030 and the Women Empowerment and Gender Equality Strategy. Today, he will be sharing insights on labor market dynamics with a special focus on female labor force participation and unemployment. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Dr. Maged Osman for his keynote address.
Good afternoon. It gives me great pleasure to be with you this afternoon. I would like to thank Dr. Riham Riz and Dr. Ahmed Said for inviting me to join this session. I'm going to talk about women in the labor market, of course, in the Egyptian labor market. Let me start by a few introductory comments. The first one is that economic growth cannot be sustained without inclusiveness, and women represent an untapped resource in the economy of Egypt. The second comment is that women empowerment is highly related to population dynamics. The high rate of female illiteracy, early marriage and early childbearing, and multiple pregnancies are limiting women empowerment. The competition between the productive role and the reproductive role is in favor of the reproductive one. I will add to that social norms and traditional values play a role in stereotyping the role of women, as domestic or unpaid work burden for married women does not decrease when they join the labor market. Whether the woman is in the labor market or is not in the labor market, she has the same burden, and this is according to the survey that was conducted in 2015. That was the last one for Time Use survey. The third comment is related to violence, and actually violence against women in all its form. In addition of being a human rights violation, it results in lost employment and productivity and comes with social and economic costs. The fifth comment is that early marriage has declined in Egypt over the last few decades, but remain common in rural Upper Egypt, and it contributes to negative consequences on health and education attainment, while being positively associated with low labor force participation. These are very general comments, but I'm going to substantiate this with evidence. And just to give you an idea about the source of data for labor statistics in Egypt, we have the household survey. HH is for household survey on labor statistics, and this is conducted by CAPMAS every 3 months, and it's done on a quarter basis. And we have a very long time series that we can really compare data over time and to see how things are changing. We have the ELMPS. The ELMPS is the Egyptian Labor Market Panel Survey, and Egypt is lucky to have this survey because this is not, of course, it's not conducted every year or it's not regularly conducted, but it provides a lot of knowledge on the labor market. And we have now, I think, 4 or 5 rounds so far over the last 20 years. It gives us a very good way to understand the dynamic of labor force participation, especially for women. But also it is flexible. Then in each round they can add question, they can drop question, etc. It is also more relevant than other sources. We have administrative records, and administrative records are there, but they're not really used effectively in terms of producing KPIs for labor force. We have big data. Now we have, for example, mobile application that has 1 million records. Okay, of course, when you say 1 million record to someone who is working in official statistics, you say, "Come on, how come you have 1 million record?" But this is the fact. But of course, big data as a source of to produce KPIs has its problems in terms of coverage, in terms of representation, etc. In my presentation, I will limit myself to the first one, which is the results of the household survey on labor statistics, and I am going to make the comparison between 2018 and 2023 because I think it's important to shed light on what happens during the last 5 years to inform policy. Before going to present the results, I think I have to warn you that the official statistics are very rigid in Egypt. They are producing the same indicators for 30 or 40 years without any innovation or without trying to change, because they want to have the same metrics so that it can be compared. When you hear the word unemployment rate, for example, the question is, have you worked at least 1 hour in the last week? If you work 1 hour in the last week, you are not unemployed, you are employed. And here this is important because sometimes you can hear that unemployment is improving in Egypt. It moved from 13.5 to 13.4, for example. But you have to keep in mind that we are talking about working for 1 hour last week. Whether this is enough to make it for the household or the family, this is, of course, is questionable. Let me move to the facts. We have in Egypt in 2018 the estimate of the population 15 plus is almost 64 million in 2018, and it increased by almost 12% to reach 71 million in 2023. The labor force for males, we have 22.8 million that moved from 22.8 to 25.6. It increased by almost 12%, which is similar to the increase in the population. But when you look at females, the labor force was 6 million in 2018, and it decreased to 5.6 in 2013. This is a decrease of more than 6%. The decrease in labor force is important to keep it in mind if we are talking about unemployment, because this is the denominator that we are using for calculating the KPIs for unemployment. If it is shrinking, this is, of course, it needs some question. And I have to say that for politicians, they are selective in reporting the KPIs. They will not. They are not obliged to tell the full truth. They will select whatever is more convenient, and nobody will mention the decrease in the labor force from 6 million to 5.6. But probably they will focus on what I'm going to present, which is the decrease in unemployment rate. Just to compare males and females, the proportion of males in the labor force, females in the labor force, females in the labor force was 21%, and it decreased to 18%. Then even when you're comparing males and females, it's not going in the right direction. However, the 2016 strategy for female empowerment was having a a goal to increase the female labor force participation, which didn't happen. For different reasons, I'm going to talk about it. If you look at employment and unemployment, then, for example, in 2018, the unemployment rate was 21.4. It decreased, and then in 2000 and this is the percentage of unemployed to the full bar, which has employed and unemployed. And in 2023, it decreased to 17.8. But please keep in mind that the full bar is the number. For example, in 2018, the labor force, the total labor force for females was almost 6 million. Lately, it was less than 6 million. This is the same figure that I mentioned before. We have to look at the numbers and the proportion as well, and the rate. And this is a combination of several things. If we look at the trend from 2018 to 2023, for females, as I mentioned, the number of employed people decreased. Actually, the raw number of employed females decreased from 4.7 to 4.6. There is a decrease. However, for males, it increased from 21.2 million to 24.4 million. That is, it was an increase of 14%. This is the number of employed in the labor market. There is an obvious indication that we have a problem in female labor force participation and also in female unemployment. When we say that female unemployment decreased, this is, we should not be happy by these figures unless the labor force participation is constant. But if the labor force participation is decreasing itself, then the figures related to unemployment does not mean much. Let us focus on the unemployed and to see the private sector versus the private sector versus the public sector. For the public sector, of course, males are more than females, and the ratio is 1 to 2. Then, for 1/3 of employed in public sectors are females, and 2/3 are males. When you look at private sector, it is a different story. It is 1 to 7. But actually, if you segregate the data further in the private sector and you compare between formal and informal, the problem will be more evident that there is a concentration in the informal sector. The formal sector, private formal sector, have very few females. It is important to look also at the characteristics of unemployed and how it changed over time. And for example, if you look at age structure, the age structure is showing that almost nearly 75% in 2018 was below 30. Now it is 60%. There is a shift in the age groups. In terms of education, it is almost the same in terms of percent distribution. For urban and rural, there is an increase in the percentage of urban. Then there is as a percentage, not as a absolute numbers. All these dynamics has to be taken into consideration, and all of these results that are coming from CAPMAS source can explain what is happening when you look at international comparison. And for example, I select to mention the Global Gender Gap Index, and here you have the values and the rank for each item of this. The general index is the general gap, the Global Gender Gap Index. And in 2020, the rank of Egypt was 134 out of 153 countries. In 2014, it was 135, the rank of Egypt, from 146 countries. يعني it is, we are not in a very good position in terms of international comparison. But if you look at the breakdown of this index to the sub, this is a composite index, and if you look at the four indices that are forming this composite index, we have education, we have health, we have political empowerment, we have economic participation. For education, still Egypt is bridging the gap in education, but however, all the countries are doing the same, we are okay. For health, Egypt is relatively in a better position internationally. For political empowerment as well, Egypt is not in a bad position compared to other countries. But if you look at economic participation, which can be divided to sub-indices, and you look at the labor force participation, which is our topic today, Egypt ranked 143 in year 2000 among 153 countries. But the bad news that in 2024, the report has only 146 country and Egypt rank 145. This is really very bad. Of course, you can argue that these numbers are not reflecting everything. There is people who are working in informal sector that are not captured. There is people who are, but this again, it's an international problem. I cannot really assure you that the comparison is 100% accurate, but it is a worrying indication. Actually, if I look at the education gap, and this data is based on UNDP global report, and I took the numbers from Egypt. It is based on calculation from UNESCO. They have two metrics for education. One is expected years of schooling, and one mean years of schooling. I have the definition here, but I'm not going to spend the time in going through the definitions. But as you see, for the expected years of schooling, it is almost males and females are very similar. When we talk about mean years of schooling, females are better than males. Egypt bridged the gap in education and did all the investment to that, but this is not reflected in the labor market. This is really that's why maybe my first comment was that we have an opportunity that is missed, and if you are not inclusive enough, probably the economy cannot really move in the right direction. This is one important element that we have to keep in mind. I will move now to the social norms. And we have a question that is used in many countries, and then you ask whether you agree or disagree on this sentence. Men should have priority getting a job when jobs are limited. And the option usually, you can think that yes, men should get, or you can think that we have to give jobs according to merit. If the female is better than the males, and she has to get the job, otherwise the male to get the job. And actually, in 2014, the percentage of people who agree on this sentence was 80%. In 2022, it became 90%. But it is important also to look at, to segregate these data by sex. For example, in 2014, the 80%, that is the average, if you look at males, there was 88% of males saying that they have to get the job. Probably they have the reason. But for females, 71% agree on giving the jobs to men. In 2022, even though the matter was worse, and as you can see, the gap between the percentage for males and females is narrowing compared to 2014. So I think social norms is playing a very important role. But it is not enough when you study social norm to throw just one question, because this is really a very complicated issue. And the full understanding of social norms, we have to keep in mind that social norms, the definition, social norms are informal rules of conduct of society that dictate what is appropriate or acceptable behavior in a given situation within a given context. But given this definition, we can really differentiate between few things. We have to identify social norms requires the measurement of 4 components. It's not just one question to throw one question. There is a series of issues that need to be taken into consideration. The individual behavior, and this is what I presented, but also there is the personal normative belief, and this is what one thinks people should do. Okay? And we have also the social empirical expectations, and this is what one thinks other people do, which is different. Okay? And the final one is the social normative expectation, and this is what one thinks other people think they should do. And actually, there was a full study on that between Basira and the World Bank, and it was supported by NCW. And actually, Noha was the guru who conducted this study. If I'm just reporting, but if you want to ask any difficult question about that, she is the one to be asked. Social norms is a problem, but we have to understand it fully to have policy implication, policy recommendation, etc. Because otherwise you cannot really take just one question, but it is obvious. Sorry for bringing all that bad news, but there is few good news. Actually, in Egypt, there was a change in legislation lately in the last 10 years that is in the right direction in many aspects. Also, the indicator of financial inclusion is improving tremendously in the last 5 years. Also, female entrepreneurship is also moving, and I think this can be the good news that I can mention. That might change things. But we have to think about those as process indicators. They are not outcome indicators or impact indicators. And we have to be very careful here, especially if we are hosted by the GPAL lab. And we have to be very careful in using the indicator that and what indicator reflect what, because this is also important. You can have a process indicator that is going in the right direction. You have all the good legislation, but nothing is happening because, for example, social norms or because the economic situation at large, etc. I can go on for another hour, but I think I have to keep it short to give you a chance to ask questions and also to keep up with the schedule of the day. As a conclusion, I would say that enabling women effective economic participation is an urgent priority, and it requires well-crafted legislation and policies, as well as innovative solutions and viable public-private partnership. It also requires shift in the overall institutional culture and in the mindset of individual, both women and men. It's not only men. And also it requires well-resourced and mindful of the interconnection between the 3 pillars: human endowment and economic opportunities and voice and agency. Number 4, developing the care economy is one important solution, as it plays a double role. It supports the function that women are doing, because women in Egypt and in many other countries are really, if they are working, they have the same obligation in terms of their social role. If you can support that, of course, that will help. But also, this sector is providing more job opportunity for women, mainly for women. And my last word is to prepare to the job of the future, because sometimes it is difficult to replace men by women in the sectors. But if you are really talking about new jobs and new sectors, probably this will be much easier to introduce females to work in these new jobs. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Okay, we have 5 minutes for questions. Anyone?
Sorry.
Here.
Hello, Nahla Abdeltawab, Population Council. Thank you, Dr. Maged, as always, very insightful presentation. I'm asking about the spread out between private sector, formal private sector, and informal private sector. So why are more women in the informal private sector than in the formal private sector, although the working conditions, as we all know, in the informal sector are not good? This makes me think that, well, we always blame social norms for women's lack of participation, but here they are participating in the informal sector. So why is the private sector not attractive to them, the formal private sector not attracting them to join the formal instead of the informal? Thank you.
I think for the formal private sector, they don't prefer to hire females. It is the problem of the private sector. It's not the problem of the females, because probably they think, well, probably she's going to get married and then she will be busy and she will get children and she will ask for a leave, etc. Let us play safe and don't invest in that. And probably also they do not want to have to spend or to invest in facilities for care for children, for example, according to the law. They prefer not to have, and there is many stories saying that, for example, for the law, they were putting a cutoff point. If you have more than 50 or more, then you need to have a facility for children. They'll stop at 49. They are playing safe. But we have to keep in mind also that the caliber that is in the informal sector maybe does not fit in the formal sector, in the private sector. We are not talking here about people who can move from the informal sector to be in the international companies. This is different caliber. But there is a number of reasons that is putting pressure on the formal private sector to hire women. One suggestion was not to limit the number of females employee to 50, but to say any employee. If you have more than 50 employees, you need to have a care center for children, regardless they are women or they are males or females. This will avoid this kind of bias. But also, there is also once I attended a focus group and about the social norms and the bias and why there is a bias in the labor market. And then one lady told me, let me ask you a question. If you have a son and a daughter, and there is only one job opportunity, would you prefer your son to take the job or your daughter to take the job? But in many cases, they are thinking also in a way that is challenging, and of course, you need to establish the fact that giving the job should be on a merit base. It's not my son or my daughter. It's who is more qualified. But this is, of course, I don't see, for example, in the media people discussing this or throwing these ideas. It need a lot of consistent work in changing attitude, which is not happening, and it should be.
Thank you so much. This was very interesting. So I want to make a point and then a suggestion. The point is about looking at the statistics with the lenses of Western countries. Because we tend, the World Economic Forum and so on, they collect data as if every country had the structure of the United States. So unemployment means next to nothing in a place where 90% of people are self-employed, because everybody's doing something at some point in time. The point that I wanted to make were 2 points. The first is that it's very important to divide the norms as you did, because as long as the norms are not a normative feeling that one has, but rather a belief about what others do, they can unravel very quickly. The way they cannot unravel is by doing interventions at the individual level, because the individual is in society. So some work that we've done with Hamed, we show that all the training programs that have been done around the world, they only succeed in countries where the female labor force participation is already very high, because these are individual level programs, so where it's low, they do not affect the norm. And the second point that I wanted to make is about complementary policies. So take, for instance, social welfare, cash transfers. Cash transfers can enable women to go to work if there are complementary school provision for preschool children. So these things have to be thought together. The policies for that help women find work and the policies that they need in order to go to work.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. I think we have to look at it in a comprehensive way, and this is a package of intervention. It's not one intervention can change the world. I fully agree with you. I fully agree.
One comment and maybe also a question. So anecdotally speaking, whenever we are conducting randomized evaluations at JPAL and we go to the field, and this was the case right after the Arab Spring Revolution in 2013-14, we were surprised by how much there's demand for training opportunities or support among women particularly. We went to villages where we were just chased by women who would like to participate. And mainly when we have focus group discussions with them, the reason they mention every time when we ask them about why they would like to participate is the economic condition is really tough and we like to help. My husband is in Cairo or Alexandria and I would like to do a small business or something so that I can support the family. I find it's quite puzzling and strange that the situation is getting worse, given that the economic conditions are getting worse with the hyperinflation that we have been through over the last couple of years. So So I was expecting actually to find out of need a lot of women willing to participate in the labor market. So I was wondering if you manage to decompose this into rural, urban areas and this kind of stuff that can give a bit of insights into who would be more into that.
Well, I think this is a very important point that you raised. And I think I have to say that the demand from the female side is there. And the decrease in the labor force participation is probably due to discourage women who are looking for jobs for a long time, and then they give up. But also we have to take into consideration the local context. For example, violence in the public space is an obstacle. The lack of proper transportation is also a problem, especially people who are living in rural areas. The distance between their place of living and the place of work might be challenging for them to, and also in terms of cost. If she spends in transportation, say, $1 per day, and her income is $2 per day, it is complicated, and there is no one size fits all. I think we have to look, and I really agree with you that we need to segment this data, but also we need to work on micro data and to see how things are changing. I think there is very little that was done to trace the change and the trend that is happening in the last 5 years, and I think this is very important. And just a final word, for example, when you look at labor statistics produced by the statistical office, if, for example, you pick up the statistical yearbook, and you see the section on labor market, it is 45 pages, which is great. But 22 out of the 45 pages is talking about injuries during work. They provide all the segmentation together, but they don't provide enough figures on what you have just said to segment by urban, rural, and then to have 2 or 3 variables together and to see how things are changing. It is not very helpful the way it is currently done. And I think we as the academic community, we have to put pressure on telling them what we need, because it's not, this is what we are doing for the last 20 years, we'll continue doing that regardless of anything, but the demand is changing for data. And of course, other sources of data need to be explored as well, big data and administrative data. Thank you. I think I'll stop at this point.
I have to stop you here. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for the insightful presentation and the lovely discussion. However, we need to start the panel discussion. So please, the panelists, if you can join us on the stage. Thank you so much, Dr. Meged.
It's okay.
Okay, so this was very inspiring, and I believe this gives us, a segue to our next discussion, which is a panel discussion for today. So today we are here to examine the realities facing women in the workforce in Egypt, where challenges and opportunities are shaping the future of work. Around the world, women's participation in the labor market is essential for achieving both gender equity and economic growth. Yet women continue to face obstacles, and Egypt is no exception. Here, barriers like limited financial access, high informal employment rates, societal expectations, and the lack of affordable childcare limit women's full participation. Also, persistent wage gaps, skill mismatches, especially in sectors with growth potential, are major challenges. However, there are also significant opportunities. Egypt has made strides in expanding financial inclusion, supporting women-led entrepreneurship, and improving access to education and skills training. These advancements hold the potential to reshape the workforce, enabling women to contribute more fully and sustainably to economic growth and social equity, though actually, like, you know, the figures Your Excellency shared tell the opposite, unfortunately. So our panel today brings together a distinguished group of experts working across policy, research, and social development to discuss how we can navigate these challenges and leverage emerging opportunities for positive change. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panelists. Mais Abu Hagab. Miss Mais Abu Hagab is the deputy. So Mais, please, like, you know, raise your hand. Like, you know, people can see your picture, but we're not sitting in no particular order. That makes it a bit challenging. Mais is the Deputy Executive Director of the Sawiris Foundation for Social Development, or SFSD, where she plays a key role in leading programs that drive social and economic progress for Egypt's underserved communities. Her leadership at Sawiris Foundation builds on her prior experience, where she held significant roles at CARE, including Acting Education Program Director and Governance Program Initiatives Manager, contributing to governance and civil society capacity building efforts. Welcome on board, Mais. We have also Oriana Bandiera. Professor Bandiera is a distinguished economist and professor of economics at the London School of Economics. She's known for her pioneering work in development economics, particularly in labor and public economics, where her research has significantly advanced our understanding of how economic incentives and social norms shape individual behavior, productivity, and the efficiency of public institutions. Much of her work is rooted in exploring the role of incentives in labor markets and how these affect productivity in various organizational contexts. Oriana served earlier as the president of the European Economic Association, and she currently acts as the director of the Gender Growth and Labor Markets in Low-Income Countries, or G2LMLIC, at IZA in Germany, and the director of London School of Economics Hub for Equal Representation. She's also acting as the co-editor of Econometrica, one of the top and highest ranked academic journals in the field of economics. Welcome on board, Oriana. We have also Dr. Iman Hilmi. Iman is a senior economist at the World Bank's Poverty and Equity Global Practice, where she focuses on policy analysis related to poverty, inequality, employment, and social protection. With extensive experience in designing and evaluating economic inclusion programs, Iman has contributed to key initiatives such as cash transfer impact assessments, the development of social registries, and the implementation of payment systems for adaptive safety nets. Prior to her role at the World Bank, she served as the Associate Minister of Social Solidarity for Economic Affairs and Financial Inclusion in Egypt. Last, but definitely not least, Dr. Mehrinaz Al-Awadi. Dr. Mehrinaz is a prominent leader in gender equality and inclusive development, currently heading the Gender Justice, Population and Inclusive Development Cluster at UNESCO. Previously, she directed the ESQUA Center for Women and served as Senior SWAP Coordinator, focusing on gender mainstreaming within the organization. With extensive experience in development work at both grassroots and policy levels, Dr. Al-Awadi has held roles with organizations like Save the Children, Education Development Center, Center for Development and Population Activities, and CARE International. Her expertise spans gender justice, combating violence against women, and advancing gender equality initiative across the Arab region. So our panelists, welcome on board. Our panelists will explore both the obstacles and the actionable strategies for creating a labor market where women can thrive and drive progress. So please join me in welcoming them, and we begin this dialogue. I'll start right away, given the time, with Mais. So Mais, given your extensive background in social development and your leadership position at Sawiris Foundation for Social Development, I would like to ask you about your views on what the most impactful initiatives and strategies for economically and socially empowering women could be in the MENA region, particularly in Egypt, and how do you at Sawiris Foundation measure the impact of these initiatives?
Well, thank you, Ahmed. It's a pleasure to be here with everyone today. I think we're still trying to figure out that answer ourselves, but let me give you a brief about our experience. I'm sure we've mentioned this as Sawiris Foundation several times before, but we took a commitment a couple of years ago to fund evidence-based programs at the foundation. And I want to share a little bit of why we took this decision was actually exactly this question. We wanted to understand what works, what doesn't work. We felt at Sawiris Foundation, being a local philanthropic organization in Egypt, that for many, many years we've been funding several interventions, and we weren't really certain if we're able to achieve the promised impact, even to our constituents, to our board, to our to the many different partners that we're working with. So in 2018, we started the learning journey of trying to transform ourselves, trying to work on measuring the impact of the different projects, and exactly trying to answer those questions. Why are we doing this? How are we doing it? And then this is how we started shifting the focus from just measuring numbers, and outputs, let's put it this way, specifically when it comes to labor force participation. And we took a courageous decision to also mention and come clear and say, you know what, although despite the fact that we used to report on higher numbers in the past, yet we're not sure that that they were resulting in true labor numbers, as Dr. Maged was saying earlier. There are many, many obstacles on the way. We recognize everything, every single point on Dr. Maged's presentation. He was saying we saw them happening on the ground. While there is increased demand by females on being more engaged in the labor force, yet there are so many barriers that are happening. So we tried testing several approaches across the different sectors that we're working on. So we're working on social empowerment, economic empowerment, and education. So when it comes to education, we said, okay, at least the commitment that we're doing, that we want to increase, make sure that we're looking at gender proportions, specifically when it comes to the VET programs, as we have a big TVET program, yet still, I can still report and say that despite the fact that we're offering high quality educational opportunities in the sector of TVET, we only have 21% of females represented, and also part of it is social barriers and the perception behind families of their kids. It's a double challenge because of the perception of TVET as education, but also the perception of females joining several sectors such as tourism and the stigma that comes with it. Now, when it comes to economic empowerment, together, of course, and we take pride that we're partners with JPAL as well on many different impact evaluations that we're conducting, we try to understand what's happening on the ground. So one of the entry points for us was understanding what pertains to good training opportunities and when do we say that they have worked. And we came to the conclusion as part of the different projects that we were funding and the impact evaluations that we're conducting with JPAL that, okay, the focus definitely should be on females when it comes to providing quality training opportunities, but we should also bridge the gap to the labor market and ensure that those training opportunities lead to proper wage opportunities as well. We also, alongside, conducted a study, a mapping study to understand the characteristics of the job seekers at local level, because we work at local levels in Upper Egypt, as well as also trying to understanding what the job providers are offering and trying to bridge the gap. And actually, we also have another initiative in that regard with the ESCWA team, the JUSUR initiative, also exactly trying to address this and making sure that we promote those different skills needed both to the youth, as was focused on females, as well as to the job market. Now, another study that we're also commissioned was also to try to understand, I mean, given the social stigma, given the social barriers that exist on the ground, what if we frame employment opportunities into volunteerism, paid volunteerism opportunities? Would this support females of getting out of their houses? And rather than saying that they're joining a formal job, would it be more acceptable for them to volunteer? And so far, we're seeing positive result to that, towards that. That yes, when you frame those rather than jobs into volunteer opportunities, it encourages females to participate in the female labor as females in the labor force. Similarly, and again, there was, I mean, this is part of the initiative we took, that we don't want to be reinventing the wheel, and we want to build on where others ended. There was also a study in collaboration between JPAL and funded by the World Bank as well, in trying to understand what if we avail proper childcare to the females. Would it free their time? Would they be more confident to enter the labor force? And I think the results alone, by availing the childcare services, weren't as promising. So we decided together to build on that and see, okay, then we definitely need to address women empowerment and address the existing social norms, and work with the family and the household at large to ensure that it is not just building and working with females and empowering them to enter the labor force. We have to engage men and boys. We have to work with different partners. So, I mean, we have a lot of experience to share around that, but definitely a key point for us is that we're still trying to learn. We're still trying to figure out what the right answers are, and we're happily wanting to commit to sharing those lessons learned, be it actually on the positive end, or even be it a lesson learned that actually those interventions haven't worked, and making sure that others don't follow the same interventions.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mais. And actually, we are proud to be partners in most of these studies. And actually, like, you know, Sawiris Foundation has been always like an institution that's open for scientific evidence and learning actually from research. That's why actually we conduct a lot of research across these domains, and female labor force participation and women empowerment is key element in this. So we cannot talk about research in this panel without asking Oriana Bandiera, like, you know, the one who has like a lot of experience in research, in economics in general, and particularly in labor markets. And Oriana, as you know, the majority of workers globally who live on less than $2 per day are in rural areas and primarily engaged in subsistence agriculture. What type of labor market interventions do you see as the most effective in supporting these transitions, like, you know, transitioning those people into like proper, decent jobs? And to what extent do you think the MENA region, from your global experience, is different or similar in the type of interventions that could work or do not work?
I think it works. Thank you. So I think the program that you're referring to is the Targeting the Ultra Poor program by the NGO BRAC, that was originally piloted and then implemented at scale in Bangladesh. And this program used to give, well, still gives, extremely poor women who are engaged in casual labor some livestock and training on how to take care of the livestock. Now, this represents an enormous transfer for these women, and it has an enormous effect on their lives. They go from being casual laborers, mostly domestic servants, to raising livestock. And this makes an enormous difference in terms of their income, of their vulnerability, of the schooling of their children, and every economic outcome that you can imagine. Now, there is one fundamental trait of this program. And the fundamental trait is that it is extremely expensive. It's extremely expensive relative to the other anti-poverty programs, which are, to the contrary, very cheap because they transfer very little. Now, it's extremely expensive, but the rate of return is extremely high. So what that tells you is that you need a big push. Poverty is a big problem. You cannot solve a big problem for pennies. Okay? So the program is effective. It costs about, at the time, $1,000 per household. But it yields at least 15 times as much. These are our estimates. So the theme of the big push is an important one, because it comes fundamentally from the fact that our language, when we talk about labor force participation, we basically assume that women are not working. Okay? When we say, oh, women should join the labor force so that we can take advantage of women's capacity to improve the economy, but women are working. They're working inside the home. So until we take care of that fact, until we accept that that's work that needs to be replaced, nothing will ever change. Now, where does the big push come into this picture? It comes into the picture because it's going to be expensive to bring women into the labor force, okay? Because some substitution has to happen unless we want women to work full-time inside the house and outside the house, which is not sustainable. So the theme now going above the specific of any region, the main point is that it's not going to be cheap, but the returns are going to be really high. Now, let me tell you very quickly about two very recent findings by two of my PhD students who are on the market this year. One finding pertains to domestic violence. Thank you for raising that issue because it's super important. Now, that is very linked to economic empowerment, and in particular, motherhood. So my student finds, her name is Gabriela Deschamps, she finds that when women get married, domestic violence increases by 50%. And it's not because the men become more violent in the presence of a child, but rather because the women are much less likely, up to 80% less likely, to leave the relationship. And that's because they're economically dependent on men. Right? So economic empowerment will resolve the problem of domestic violence. The second result is by another student of mine, Gabriele Leite Mariante, who looks at the effect of cash transfers, similar to the Ultra-Poor program, but cheaper, in Brazil. Now, Brazil is a country that represents the world because there are states that are as poor as Mali and states that are as rich as Portugal. Now, what he finds is that the effect of cash transfers on women labor supply depends on the availability of preschool facilities for children. Right? In states where there are preschool facilities, women go to work. In states where there aren't, they don't. So it's very important to consider the development as a joint intervention. That is, we cannot do this cheaply. So, easy solutions like going around telling people that the norms are changing is not going to do much, because the norms might be changing, but if you don't have nurseries to send your kids to, you can't go to work. That's the bottom line.
Thank you so much, Oriana. This is very useful, and I think this is also like perfect segue for my next question to Iman, given her experience actually on the social protection side. So given your valuable research and policy experience in this domain, how do you view the interplay between social policies and poverty alleviation in enhancing women's participation in the labor force? And what key challenges do women face regarding access to services and economic empowerment?
Yes, thank you so much, and it's a pleasure to join this panel discussion today. So, as mentioned at the keynote speech by Dr. Maged, I think that women labor force participation and employment is not only critical for economic growth, but for multiple development outcomes that we see even at the household level. When it comes to food security, nutrition, child development outcomes, etc., this is very important. And if you allow me maybe to start with two figures citing the MENA Economic Update of 2024, which was released a couple of weeks ago ahead of the annual meetings of the World Bank and IMF. And citing this report, we found that over the past 50 years, schooling in MENA has rapidly increased, especially for women. However, we estimated that closing the gender gap would imply a 51% increase in per capita income. So you can see that even for Egypt, by having or matching the female labor force participation rate to males' participation rate, this could increase GDP by 34%. So back to your question, Dr. Ahmed, on the challenges and how can we address these challenges. Again, I guess that Dr. Maged touched upon a lot of challenges, but if you allow me just to maybe reflect on key 3 or 4 challenges, because we think that social policies and the interaction between poverty alleviation, economic opportunities for women is the essence of the World Bank Group gender strategy that we released for 2024 to 2030. And we had 3 strategic objectives. The first one is related to ending gender-based violence and elevating human capital. The second one is related to enabling economic opportunities and improving economic empowerment of women. And the third one is related to engaging women as leaders. So if we want to reflect on the strategic objectives and make the linkage between the challenges that women face in the labor force in Egypt and in MENA in general, I would start by the limited access to affordable childcare, and I think Mice referred to the study that the World Bank did with GPAL MENA on child subsidies and offering child subsidies to females, and coupled with some employment services, and then comparing the results. And the key findings that we had is that a more holistic approach is needed. So childcare subsidies is not enough in order to encourage women to go to the labor market. The subsidy in itself is not enough. We have to couple it with changing gender norms, with looking at employment conditions and the private sector conditions that will be more friendly for women. The second challenge that I would like also to highlight is related to the opportunity cost of time and having the responsibilities of childcare more on women. And if you look at COVID and the recovery of employment rates after COVID, during the COVID phase, we found that employment loss was the largest for MENA and Latin America. And after the COVID in Egypt, when we compared the recovery for employment between males and females, we found that males' employment was improving, while for females, it was not at a good recovery rate. And again, if we want to package all of these challenges and we look at the social norms, again, as mentioned by Dr. Maged, and we were pleased to have this study with the World Bank National Council for Women and Basira under the leadership of Dr. Maged on social norms. And I guess Dr. Maged had mentioned key highlights of the study in his keynote speech. But if you allow me also to add that we found that the majority believes that women should work only for financial support or financial reasons. 70% of respondents agreed that work exposes women to harassment. And also we found stronger belief among men regarding caregiving and caretaking activities that should be mainly the responsibility of women. So I guess all of that is giving you a lot of insights on some of the challenges. And also, of course, the wage gaps and closing the gender earnings gap is a very important objective that we are also looking at the World Bank, and looking forward to do more and more research and provide evidence on it. And to design effective programs, we look at how targeted programs could be designed with evidence in order to tackle these challenges. And also one of the key important programs will be related to increasing the productive capacity of the poor. So again, going back to Bab Amal and the excellent work done by Sawiris Foundation and GPAL MENA and the rest of development partners, we found this very important to improve again the productive capacity. Maybe reallocating investment to growing sectors because, again, we found that care economy sectors, for example, the manufacturing of textile, ICT, food and tourism could be more accommodating for women. And again, we need to work on social insurance and accessibility to formal job opportunities because women have been growing in the informal sector inside establishment because outside establishment like construction is not convenient for women, but we see a growing or increasing number of females working in the informal sector. My last point will be related to addressing the safety concerns because, again, safety in public spaces and transport is very critical. And based on our global finding, also we found that 1 percentage point increase in violence could reduce economic activity in the economy by 8%. So I would like to close with this figure. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Iman. These are very useful comments, and they all go in the direction of holistic approach when it comes to dealing with the gender gaps and encouraging women to join the labor market. My question now is to Dr. Mehrinaz Al-Awadi. As an expert in the gender justice, how does ESCWA work to shape labor policies that support a fairer job market for women, especially given the many challenges they face in the MENA region in Egypt? What are the type of activities you are doing, and how you see real progress in the MENA region? Dr. Maged shared towards the end, a slide about positive aspects and positive policies in this direction. So how do you see this across the region, and what are the challenges, and to what extent actually these policies could open up the door for more opportunities for women?
Thank you so much for the invitation and being with this lovely panel members. And ESCWA, for those who don't know, is the Regional Commission for the United Nations, and we're working for the entire Arab region for the 22 Arab countries. On the female labor force participation, the first thing that we do is how we handle the issue. Because I think one of the problem is that most of us in the past, like 10 and 20 years ago, were only dealing with female labor force participation as from a gender equality issue. So we're dealing with this topic as a gender equality issue, of course, a human rights issue, but most importantly, an economic issue for the entire society and the national economy. And that's why we stopped working only on the topic with national women machineries and with the ministries for women or with the NGOs that are mainly focused on women's issues. We have expanded the pool of our stakeholders. So we're working with this on female labor force participation with ministries of finance, ministries of planning, with all NGOs, not only the women-related one. We're also advocating for doing this work. So rather than having a standalone strategy, for example, for women economic participation that is part of the Ministry of Women agenda, it should also be a cross-cutting one, and this is what we have been doing with the other ministries. So it becomes embedded in the entire work of the government rather than only a women's issue. And this is very important. Again, I'm highlighting it because, again, I'm saying we've all fallen into that 20 years ago when we were young, and we worked only on it from a gender perspective, which was, I think, a big mistake. So that's the first thing that we're doing. We're expanding the work from this perspective. We've categorized the challenges for women labor force participation into two categories. One related to the entire challenges that the society is facing, and I'm not going to repeat that because I think most of the panel members have spoken about that. Ranging from informality, being in the informal sector, to like the private sector, even in Egypt, being active, but not really as much as catering for all the number of women who are going into the labor force and all that. So I'm not going to go into this, but this is a group of challenges that we're working on. And the second group is challenges related to women because they are women, which also the panel members have talked about, that are ranging from the unpaid care work to even employers not wanting to hire women because not only because they know that they're going to go into maternity, but because they are going, the employer is going to bear the cost of the maternity leave rather than having a national fund or being paid by the government. So this is a financial burden on them. Of course, everyone had been talking about the other challenges related to women themselves and how they see themselves as part of that. A key also challenge related to women, because as I'm saying, we've categorized these into two categories, is the skill mismatch and the occupation mismatch. And here, is it working? And now we're, okay. Okay, so if you look at this analysis, we have analyzed the labor force, the labor force survey, and we've also analyzed from an occupation perspective, and also from where women are working and occupying in the market. You would find a complete mismatch, zero mismatch. And this is really the sad news. If I'm going to add to what Dr. Maged was saying about the sad news, zero mismatch. And this is a disaster. So women are growing more into jobs that are not needed or are not being asked for in the labor force. If we do the same analysis for skills, we do have at ESCWA, and I'm going to talk about that later, something called the Skills Monitor, because we have been very active in doing some policy tools to help policymakers do the analysis very easily. So the Skills Monitor would show us, here for example, we've analyzed all the skills that were available online for Egypt and for the entire region. For Egypt, we've almost done the analysis for about 400,000 jobs. That was about 3 million skills required. to check what are the skills that are needed by the job market and what are the skills that are available for both men, women, and by age, by occupation, by everything. And there is a huge mismatch. And this is because the education system is not really getting out what the labor market is wanting. The second is the lack of the microcredit courses that universities are providing, and this is where we need to invest more, okay? Because I could be an accountant, but being an accountant and studying accounting will not necessarily give me the soft skills and the hard skills that the labor market is requiring. So I need to go to a place that is affordable, a university, a course, and take these courses so I'm more attractive to the labor market. This is not happening in Egypt, and this is where we have been investing a lot of resources with Sawiris Foundation, with other partners, to bridge this gap. This is very quickly on the skills, the hard skills that are required by the labor market in Egypt. And these are the top 10 soft skills. Of course, the skills, it's a list of about more than 100 skills, but I've just taken the top 10. No. The labor force is the source for the occupation, but this is, we're using AI and we're analyzing all the jobs that are available on the internet that are announced either in Arabic, English, or French. Okay, they're analyzed from skills perspective. We've done the same analysis for the region, okay? For all the Arab countries, so you have this by, you can also compare like what are the needed skills for the region compared to the needed skills in Egypt to also see if youth in Egypt or anyone can transfer to other countries or not. So the skill mismatch and the occupation mismatch is the biggest elephant in the room, I would say, and this is where we have been investing a lot of our effort to do that, and this is why it had resulted in this 15 or 16% of only the lowest female participation in the region and being at the bottom of the international indices.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Marinez. This brings me actually to Oriana, given that she's also an expert on skills training programs, and there's like mixed evidence in the literature about what works and what doesn't work when it comes to training the basic skills in the labor market and helping women and men alike to join the labor market by providing them with training programs. To your opinion and your experience in conducting this type of research, what are the conditions for skills training programs to be successful, and to what extent this could be like one of the policies that we can depend on for encouraging women to join the labor market and bridge this skill gap?
That is a very difficult question. So in general, I think the main issue is to know which skills are in demand. So this is very valuable work, because a lot of training programs do train people for skills that are not in demand, and then not surprisingly, people do not find jobs. Also, training programs done with firms, so apprenticeships and the like, it's important to take into account the situation of the firm, because in many situations, firms are run by people who cannot find other jobs. So these are not firms that want to grow. And we give them subsidies to hire an apprentice, and the firm owner has no intention of hiring any apprentice. And so these programs fail simply because they give something to somebody who doesn't want it. So, checking what the market wants and checking what firm owners want is the number one. I mean, it seems really simple and not, but if you don't do this homework, it typically tends not to work. So people do not acquire skills for which there is no demand, and firm owners that do not want to grow their firms do not hire workers, no matter how cheap you make it for them. So I think specifically for women, the challenge in measuring the mismatch like you were doing is that a lot of the jobs that women do are self-employed. So no employer will demand for those. So it's very hard to know what skills the women have developed. So one thing that would be, I think, extremely valuable would be to certify the skills that women have developed by taking care of the household. Okay? There's management skills involved in that. There is logistics skills. There is care skills. If those could be certified, then it would be much simpler for women to find jobs where those skills are needed. So I think there is lots that can be done. Certification of skills actually has been shown to be very effective because workers who have skills and cannot prove them cannot get jobs for those skills. So NGOs that have been running in Uganda certification programs where they test workers on skills and then give them a certificate have been proven to be quite effective for workers to find further jobs. So why not certify women for what they can already do? That was just
Excellent. Yeah, thank you. And can, like a follow-up question, a quick one. Can you decompose the impact of certification from the quality of the training? Because I remember, like, at one of our earlier discussions, you said, like, most of the training programs lack quality. And if you have, like, high quality training program, this could have, like, a big impact. Is it the impact of the quality, or is it the impact of the certification, or combination of both?
So the one I was referring to was just the impact of the certification because there was no training behind it. There was just a test of the skills. But of course, normally this is jumbled with the quality of the training that workers receive. And actually, the regulation of the training sector is another very important element for policy because unregulated training institutes, they can sell any type of programs that contain no skill training whatsoever.
Thank you so much. Back to MICE, and I know that you guys have been engaged in a lot of interventions that mainly focus on training programs, but one of those are pretty much kind of like building on the work of Oriana, which is Bab Amal, or targeting the ultra poor here in Egypt, our PRAC targeting the ultra poor model, the first one in the country that we did together as two institutions. And it's becoming, hopefully, the first ever scale-up in Egypt, hopefully, at one point. So tell us more about this experience from Sawiris Foundation's point of view, and also to what extent you believe that Bab Amal and this model can help women in their journey out of poverty and towards greater economic stability here in Egypt. It has proven itself as a successful model everywhere, also in Egypt, but we're keen to listen to your experience working on it.
Yeah, definitely, it was a pleasure, and definitely also we will be having a follow-up seminar hopefully in January together to discuss the findings more in detail. But as Oriana has mentioned, like targeting ultra-poor model or the BEB, the Egyptian local context, the Egyptian model that has been working in Egypt since 2018. So the model itself includes a holistic approach, and exactly what Oriana was saying, that unlike other traditional interventions, yes, it is a costly program that takes also, in comparison to other programs, more time for ultra poor kind of to graduate, but despite the fact that maybe we don't like to say now graduation, but rather being put on the right path of getting out of extreme poverty. So the program includes different sets of interventions, having like longitudinal coaching and mentoring being an integrated part of the interventions, definitely a social protection intervention and ensuring they have sustainable cash inflows into the extreme poor families, targeting female-headed households at local level. It includes an asset transfer component, it includes financial inclusion component and social empowerment components. Now, definitely there are way more details to it, and we would be covering that in much more details, and there are a lot of also published policy briefs around that. But maybe one of the lessons is that exactly for that reason, that one of the criticisms for targeting ultra-poor programs were that they're quite expensive. So at the Sawiris Foundation, and together with JPAL actually, also we decided, okay, how about that we test the full, we called it the full cost model, that is being criticized as being quite expensive, the one put as like $1,000 per family or per household, versus a slightly lower model where it is, we called it the half cost model, where the asset transfer component is less expensive. It is quite interesting to see that it has been effective. Even after like comparing the results of both the full cost and the half cost models over even after 40 months after the first interventions, we still see positive impacts on the households. Now let's focus on females because also this is important. Yes, there has been increase in the income for the families, both for the full cost and the half cost models. There have been reduced food kind of insecurity or increased food security within the household. There has been improved female voice within the decision making within the households, and most importantly, there's also an aspect where we don't speak much about. It's the component of mental health. And mental health has improved for those females at the level of households, which of course, I mean, we can definitely still unpack further how this has affected, like Iman was saying, like the health indicators, education indicators within the households. So yes, I mean, it has been a wonderful experience. Of course, there has been a lot of challenges as well in trying to adopt this model inside of Egypt, trying to understand how to implement it within the different local contexts, and we've been partners on this. We keep, but most importantly that we need to understand is we have to keep asking ourselves questions. We have to challenge each other, and this is what we're doing together with our partners as JPAL, that we keep asking questions, we keep pushing back. What if we implement it this way? From the onset of introducing this program, we had scalability in mind. So we were worried all along, like, okay, it's working. I mean, because the initial phase or the initial impact evaluation included around 2,200 households in Sohag and Asyut governorates. But in the back of our heads was like, okay, we're able to control this and maintain this because this is, like, in fact, a smaller number of households. What about scalability? And our ambition is to reach 100,000 households, and this is actually what we're currently working on. And how would this program scale up? How can we do it and ensure, because it has shown positive impacts on female labor force participation. It addressed issues of, at those extreme poor households, of course, those females just stepping out of their houses has been a challenge for them. So what this program does, it helps them work within their homes. It increases their voice, increases their income, and as such puts them in a better position to negotiate what they want at the level of the household. So it's interesting for us, and hopefully we can scale it up realistically as well together with the relevant policymakers.
I just wanted to add something that you reminded me of. So it's very important to note that when we do evaluations are very powerful RCTs, because you randomize and you compare the means and you say, okay, I have the number that I need. But that number is valid for the average person. Now, the average household. The average household in practice does not exist most of the time. So if you go and look at for whom the program works, in Bangladesh at least, it worked for 70% of the sample. 30% returned to poverty. We did work on this and we realized that there was a threshold level of income, of assets that you had to have in order for the program to be effective. And that speaks to your size issue. That is true that if we could do, and this is a massive investment, if we could do it with less money, we could reach more people. But we have to be careful because there is a threshold below which it's a waste of money. And that is the main challenge that you face with the scale-up. If those 100,000 households are slightly poorer than the ones that you tested on, giving them half could be complete waste, or it could be absolutely enough. But it's really hard, and we have to find that threshold, and that you have to find, you know, time by time and place by place.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Oriana. My question now is to Iman, and I think, you know, we both are enjoying these discussions because, like, you know, a few years back, we didn't have such discussions, in-depth discussions in this region, and the fact that we have these programs like BAB AML and different training programs and trying to help women by scientific evidence is very important. My question to you, given your hat as an expert in international development organizations such as the World Bank, what do you see as the critical role these entities like the World Bank play in shaping policies that enhance women's participation in the labor force in the MENA region, and how can they effectively leverage their resources and expertise to address the unique challenges women encounter in the job market?
Okay, so As you mentioned, I think international organizations like the World Bank could play a critical role in leveraging resources and expertise and shaping gender-based policies. For example, the work presented today by UN ESQA is a very good example of how you can inform policies and how can you shape policies that are gender-sensitive policies. Also, another key role that I found is related to data and statistical systems. And the World Bank has been working in many countries and in all different countries on supporting gender statistics and the generation of gender statistics through surveys, time use modules, etc., in order to be able to have rigorous also evidence and facts and inform policies, looking at measurement of female labor force participation, looking at how we define informality, what could be done in order to inform such policies is very important. In addition, of course, to impact evaluations, which are like a huge source of evidence to policymakers, and key flagship reports that we also produced, including Women, Business and Law. And in such reports, we are not looking globally at how women are like reflected or female labor force participation is reflected in laws and regulations, but also in practices. And we look for this like analysis or exercise in around 190 countries. And we have a lot of like engagement and dialogue with the government in order to be able to see what could be done as action plan following up on this Women, Business and Law. The third point will be like the panel composition that we have today. So actually the cooperation between researchers, between NGOs or CSOs, between international organizations, the partnership is very important, and how to leverage our collaboration together to work together and have like huge impact. I guess this is also a very important, and I think today we managed to have this composition in the panel and bringing together different views. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Iman. Over to Mehrinaz, also asking you a very similar question. Building on this, with the MENA region's working age population on the rise, and we are still seeing how labor force participation, as Dr. Maged showed, and some of the world's highest unemployment rates here in the region, particularly in Egypt, especially affecting women and young people. From your perspective, how is ESQA working with member states to tackle these shifts in the job market? And are there specific frameworks in place to support skill development and open doors for women's inclusion in the workforce?
Yeah. Can someone help us with the presentation? As I mentioned, we've invested a lot at ESQA in developing policy tools that are accessible to all policymakers in the region. We have these tools even on their mobile, okay? So that when they're sitting in the cabinet and they want to make a decision, they can just log in, make the simulation, and decide and have an understanding whether they should go into this direction or that direction. So we're taking it to that extent. I give you an example of the skills monitor, accessible. This presentation, I'll be sharing it with you. It has the links to the policy tools that I'll be talking about very quickly. So I mentioned that we have developed this skills monitor to analyze all the soft and hard skills for every country in the region. One more thing is that we have developed another tool called ISPAR. And ISPAR is a simulation tool. It has about 20 international indices, including the Business and the Law for the World Bank, including the Gender Gap Index, including Transparency Index. Like it has about 20 to 25 or some of them are related to gender and others are not related to gender. This tool allows you will allow the policymaker to compare where each country, where his or her country is across years now. But the nice thing about it is that it does the simulation to show the snowball effect that I think everybody was talking about. We were saying that when women are engaged in the labor market, there is the snowball effect. They're going to invest more in education, in the health of their children, on the investment in the house. So this would show, like for example, if Egypt wants to increase the labor force participation from X to Y, what would be the implication on other social and economic indices in the entire country. So now the conversation and the debate is not anymore about women participation, but it's about the entire economy, and that's why I started by saying we've started working on this with ministers of finance, ministers of planning, to expand the pool and come out of the idea that it's only a woman or a gender equality issue. So now the minister would be able in Egypt or in other country to say, I want to invest more my limited resources in enhancing women economic participation because it's going to also benefit Egypt in terms of transparency, social development, this and this and that, okay? So that's another tool. We all talked as well about the legislations. Dr. Maged had mentioned that there has been some progress in that, not necessarily leading to change on the ground. So we've done another tool, it's called the Gender Justice and the Law. Not this one. Okay, so this one, for example, it has about 75 indicators related to legislations in each country, and it has a color code between green, yellow, and red. So if the country has introduced changes to the legislation that are matching the international requirement, it will be in green. If not, it will be in red, and in between are like the other gray areas. So Egypt would see, okay, the legislations that it has, where are the loopholes, where do they want to improve, reform, and also compare to other countries. But the beauty about that is, for example, if we see that in Egypt or in any other country, there is a loophole in, for example, a legislation on maternity. By clicking on it, you can see which other countries have introduced social policies that have enhanced this. So Egypt can learn from this other, and this is all in a second. Just by clicking a button, they would get all this kind of information. The last thing that we have done, and again, we'll go through it very quickly, and all these indices, we can spend hours on each of them, is the Jusur initiative that we're doing with the Sawiris Foundation. So we found that as I mentioned, a skill mismatch, okay? Private sector is looking for people, people are looking for the private sector, and they're not meeting. So this is where they're going to meet. This is not a job matching platform, it's rather a skill matching platform. So for example, if I apply here as a youth or someone looking for a job or even want to change my job, any job, any opportunity, any training opportunity, any dialogue like this that is being presented on the other side, I will get a notification as a candidate that there is this opportunity, and most importantly, I will get an analysis, a personalized analysis on what kind of skills do I have to match this opportunity and what kind of skills do I miss. So by time I would understand, and this is all free of charge, so by time I would understand that I'm not getting a job because I do not speak French, for example, okay? Because I do not have this kind of AI skills. And then the portal would also lead me to where to go if I want to build my skills into that. And we've been working with Sawiris Foundation and Coursera in order to have those youth engage in these kind of courses so that we bridge this skills mismatch. Again, there are the links here. Everybody can play with them because I could spend hours introducing this. But these are the kind of policy tools that we're making it easy, accessible to people and to policymakers also. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mehrinaz, for sharing these useful tools. I think this is very interesting and important and relevant. We have 5 minutes actually for questions, and I want to miss this opportunity without giving the floor to the audience to ask their questions. Yeah, Dr. Nahla. Hind, it doesn't work.
Thank you. This is a great panel, very, very interesting discussion. I have a question for Dr. Mehrinaz. Where are the educational institutions from all this? From this skill mismatch, if I'm a Minister of Education or Minister of Higher Education, I wouldn't be sleeping tonight. So have you shared those results with them, and are they working on changing that? The other question is not directed or not addressed to anybody. Where is the private sector in our conversation? Because I'm sure the private sector have their own reasons for not hiring women. And as Dr. Magid said, the maternity leave, the paid 3 months or maybe even 1 year of maybe part-time or taking hours off. So how can we, as development experts with the private sector, bridge this gap? How can we encourage the private sector to hire more women without losing on profitability? Because private sector is after the profit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, panelists, for this fruitful discussion. My question is related to education. I think recently the number of people who are enrolling in postgraduate studies is increasing. So, and I think most of them, or that's roughly, actually I don't have any data, but I find a lot of females are doing postgraduate studies, MBA, and even masters and so on. So why still we are having mismatch? Is it not beneficial nowadays? Or thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Super, super interesting presentations. One point actually related to the mismatch. A big part of the mismatch, or like I assume big part of the mismatch, is coming from the expectations, right? And expectations is coming also from the social norms aspect, right? So in different studies and different data collected here in Egypt, we see that basically both male and the female, they expect that women should stay home, right? And basically for female, to break this kind of circle and the pressure from the community, they need to have like a very super attractive job opportunity. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth a fight with their husband and the others. So I think here one aspect related to the mismatch is again coming from the social norms perspective, which I think we should also highlight here. Yeah. And one actual study, because I heard a lot about discrimination and like preferring hiring male more than female, is actually a study by Adam Osman and Gemini Spear. They conducted here in Egypt over 1,000 firms, and they found that more than 50% of the firms, they actually discriminating or like they prefer higher male than female. So this is a very clear evidence coming from Egypt here. Yeah, thank you.
I'm just wondering how can technology and the AI affect the gender discrimination? Nowadays, we have many people working from home. So I think this can facilitate the idea that women can work from home and like bridge some of help in the problem. So I would like your vision in this part.
Thank you. I just wanted to have a question about the Bab al-Amal and the BRAC model. And I think a lot of the problems we're facing with programs and interventions targeting women is the informality versus formality and endless debate. So how can some of these models like BRAC contribute to that somehow? You guys are targeting a lot of households, so how can we adopt this model in a way to formalize the informal, or it has no role here and we need to explore other options? Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I think we should give the floor to our panelists to reflect on these points. So maybe we can get started with Mehrinaz.
I'll try and answer a few of the questions on the ministers of education. Indeed, they should not be sleeping because we do have a problem and it's all over the entire region. We're working with, we are informing them, we're not working directly with them, but we're informing them of the findings of the skill mismatch. We're working with ministries of planning, ministries of youth sometimes, and ministries of social affairs, okay? But the problem is not the education itself, the problem is the skills, and this goes back to the question that was raised here by my colleague, and there is a difference between education and skills. I could have the right education, but not the skill. I can give you even a personal example. I am an economist. I graduated from Cairo University as an economist, and then I did my master's at the ASC, and then my PhD in England. And when I was having my first job, I was asked to write a proposal to raise funds. I could not. I don't have the skills. I'm an economist. How can I write a proposal? What would a proposal look like? Okay, so this is a skill that I did not learn when I was studying, though I have a PhD. So these are the kind of skills that the job market would need, but education does not offer. It's either the solution that the education would offer, or I would learn that through microcredit course, like I would go to the ASC, which might be a little bit expensive, I don't know for some, but would go for other institutions and learn these kind of skills. I could be a graduate of X university, but I'm not good at AI. I don't know what AI is, what machine learning is. And now most of the jobs are about AI and how to use AI to like roll out initiatives and all that. I'll stop here to give the floor also. On the private sector, one last note. We're working with the private sector, the Jusur initiative. It has two pillars. One pillar for those who want to join the labor market or want to shift jobs or like want to have an opportunity, and the other pillar for the private sector. And to tell you the truth, and I'm saying that in front of mice, it had been extremely challenging working with the private sector, and they're more bureaucratic than the UN. I thought we are bureaucratic. Private sector are more bureaucratic, and I'll tell you why, especially the big ones, because they have a board, okay? For any single paper to be signed, it has to be signed by the board. The board meets once a year, once every 2 years. The board has a completely different perspective. So really penetrating the private sector and bringing them on board, working on social issues, it is completely challenging, completely challenging. Thank you.
Yeah, just quickly on that point here, and then I'll respond to the answer on Bab Amal. One of the interventions that we're funding also at the foundation is that we try to identify the needed vocational skills. Maybe at this point, vocational is important given the target groups that we're working with, where we're covering the costs of those certified trainings. And again, they are high quality certified trainings, but we also have to identify those proper entities willing to employ them, and we enter as a donor foundation into agreements with those entities through our local NGOs and our partners that if we provide you with the skilled labor, you will be giving them wage employment opportunities. Of course, focus is on females. So this is one point where we as development practitioners or partners could maybe influence the change bit by bit through availing the opportunities for females around that. So that's one aspect. Coming to Bab Amal is not working to changing the informal into formal because of the setup and because of the target communities that we're working within. They're extremely poor communities, in many cases illiterate, so they have their own challenges. We are looking at just increasing their income, increasing at the family or at the household level. Yet changing informal into formal is a different set of intervention and is up for different discussions that we're not currently focusing on. Maybe just one last comment before I give the floor to others to respond. Also, interesting point is, and I thank you for mentioning this, Mahrinez, what we're also trying to do, because again, there is a gap between what youth want and what skills are being offered on the market. So one of the things we also tried, as we have a scholarships component at the foundation, we also decided, okay, the scholarship will be targeted to the skills needed for the future for Egypt and the MENA region, rather than the demand, because the demand is mostly towards studying medicine, etc. Not to underestimate this, but we have larger number there, so we decided to specify the areas, the fields that we're going to sponsor according to the future of work reports that are given for Egypt. So that's also another idea how we could also, as donors, influence this.
Just very briefly on the private sector, and thank you, Dr. Nahla, for the question. I would like to highlight that we work through either the World Bank or the IFC a lot with the private sector. And actually, we started with like understanding the unconscious bias of the private sector in hiring female, in promoting female, like etc. And I would be happy to share with you the evidence and the findings of this work. And based on that, we started also to work with the government counterparts and with the private sector, banking sector on the gender seal and what could be done. Also, we have a collaboration here with the AOC, with Women on Board, trying to monitor like the percentage of women represented on board, and also doing like high-level participation, political participation, and economic participation. And again, with the private sector, we try to address some of the challenges. For example, the example again mentioned by Dr. Megid about like stopping at 49 employees because they don't want to be hiring 50 employees or female employees. We sometimes try to promote how this could be done by the number of employees, not related to female or male employees, but by the total number of employees that you have as a private sector. On maternity leave, also, we have been working in different countries, including Egypt, on trying to reform the maternity leave policies related again to sharing the cost and not having the employer bearing the high cost related to maternity leave. And I would be happy to provide you with additional information as needed. Thank you.
Just quickly on the private sector again. We can't expect a single firm to internalize the externality that providing childcare would have on the rest of the economy. Single firms maximize their single firm profits. The infrastructure needed for women to participate in the labor market cannot be provided. We can't expect the private sector to provide it, because if you introduce rules, they'll find a way around it. For every rule, there is a way around it which is more inefficient than the situation that you started with. I think it's very important to acknowledge this fact, that that's why we have governments, to internalize externalities and provide coordination.
Perfect. Thank you all so much. I cannot thank you enough. This has been a very engaging discussion, which I personally enjoyed a lot. Like very quick key points and takeaways from this discussion is like, it's extremely important for these discussions to continue and to have like, this kind of like, interplay and intersection between research and policy. I'm very glad that, we are discussing now the possibilities of scaling up programs like Bab Amal, for example, and like, the lessons we get from research abroad and also in Egypt. We got to know different frameworks and different activities from different institutions like the World Bank and ESCWA, and the amazing activities they have and the amazing initiatives they run. Also, like the importance of skill mismatches as a topic, and the need to deal with this, and social norms and the different levels of social norms. Building on Abdurrahman's question, like, this study that took place in Egypt by JPAL, like there's kind of like discrimination that's evident in the labor market, and even employers are okay with it. Like, they're okay discriminating against women, but when you ask them about discrimination on social category, for example, they say no, they deny it. But like, for them it's okay. So it's important actually to dive deeper into this and try to understand the different levels of social norms and try to address those. The importance of multifaceted approaches and when it comes to empowering women socially and economically. A lot of lessons and a lot of useful takeaways from this discussion. Please join me in thanking our esteemed panelists with a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Okay, this concludes the first half of our conference today. You can't run yet. We're having a very short coffee break for 15 minutes out there. We have a very exciting academic presentations lined up for you, so please come back at 4:45 sharp so that we can start.
Hi, I can hear you, but it's very mute.
يا دكتور ده الزرار. الو؟ لا ما بينطقش.
Hi, yes. Can you hear me?
It's not working. هو ده عايز يتشحن اصلا. لا اشتغل اهو كويس. اوكي. احمد هي introduce السيشن وبعدين نشتغل.
ده بيفصل وشت. طب ده شغال. ده شغال.
Yeah. How about my voice? Can you hear me as well?
هو احنا مايكاتنا على ايه؟ بنشحنهم فين؟
جوه في الميديا روم.
Okay. Let's start.
Yes, I heard you. We can start, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Before we start, Dr. Munshi, Dr. Ahmed, if you can introduce the session.
So Munshi is online, right? Yeah. Okay. So today we are fortunate to have gathered around. No. So where should I? So today we are fortunate to have gathered 100 participants with different perspectives from around the world. Each of you brings a unique perspective, grounded in your respective area of research and or practice. This diversity of thought and experience present in this room is what makes this conference so special. For the upcoming 2 sessions, we will share with you 6 different studies discussing the challenges of labor market and how we could address different solutions using RCTs and other different methodologies. Yeah, we'll be starting with the first session.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Now with the first session, please join me in welcoming Dr. Munshi Sulaiman, who's joining us virtually. Dr. Munshi, the floor is yours. Please go ahead. You have 20 minutes.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to present remotely. This is a piece of work that we did with colleagues and friends in Uganda. It's an experiment testing cash transfer, given out as cash or as mobile money. The spirit is, as the presenter was talking about, is to find solutions. But just to give away the conclusion early on, we found evidence of trade-off that makes drawing conclusion harder than what we would expect if there is sort of a clear choice. So first, a bit of background of why this particular study was designed. So cash transfer, as you know, is quite common. It's become one of the key tools in social protection or safety net. There are all sorts of cash transfer programs in development as well as in humanitarian settings. And often there are also targets beyond sort of immediate food security or some other objectives to sort of foster women's empowerment. Sometimes it's economic empowerment or social empowerment sort of together. So while there are some evidence for cash transfer leading to women's empowerment in general or economic empowerment in particular, there is sometimes sort of, it's not universal. It's more often than not we find some evidence, but sometimes we do not see some evidence of the same type of impact. But at the same time, more recently, when this cash transfer is done through mobile money, there seems to be a larger impact. And even if there is no larger impact, if the impact is of the same magnitude, we sometimes see the cost of transfer is much lower, so therefore there is room for efficiency gain. So that has sort of given a policy impetus to more of this cash transfer through as a mobile money, and sort of as part of that expand digital financial services. And in some of these evidence where we see that digital finance or mobile money in particular in cash transfer leads to better women's empowerment, privacy of information is suggested sort of as one of the mechanisms, because when there is mobile money, they have more control over the information, probably they can use the money the way they prefer, so therefore the control over resources reveals their true preferences. So we wanted to sort of test this in one setting with cash transfer and mobile money. And it was done in Western Uganda. It included the refugee camps from Southern Sudan and the host community. So it's a mix of people from South Sudan in these areas, the western, northwestern areas, as well as host communities. And the study participants were all women who have a partner and living with their partner, because we wanted to see this intra-household relationship. We also restricted this study to those who own a cell phone and have mobile money account to their name. Now, the particular reason for having these two is, if they did not have this mobile money and we started this mobile money transfer, then we add two intervention in a way. So there is money transferred over their cell phone, but also they get access to the cell phone. So we didn't want that. We just wanted to see what happens if the cash is given out as a mobile money as opposed to cash. And then secondly, for privacy of information, we thought those who already have this access, they are the ones probably more able to exercise the privacy than those who do not. Because if I never have had access to mobile money, all of a sudden I have it, then we know from all sorts of qualitative and sort of descriptive data that they rely often on other household members to utilize the mobile money. Even how to remember the PIN number is something they rely on other members, other household members. So we wanted to sort of avoid this. So this is why it's kind of restricted to a particular group of population where we thought this privacy channel can work better and they could receive my money either as cash or mobile. So with that setting, we had 4 groups and a control, and it was done as a sort of cluster randomized control trial. So we had 40 villages in each cluster. One group was a peer control, so they did not receive anything. Then we have 4 groups, 2 groups receiving cash, 2 groups receiving mobile money. And within each, we had either this transfer given to the woman privately or it was given jointly. So in the jointly, we made sure the partner is aware about the transfer and it's done together and in a scripted text to avoid sort of enumerator biases. We explained that this money is for the woman, but it was done jointly. So we call it joint transfer versus private transfer. And it was the same for mobile money. We informed both the woman and their husbands that this transfer is coming and it'll be sent over mobile money to her number. So it was done back in October and November in 2001, quite a bit after the COVID. And the transfer took place between February and March, and the amount of transfer was about 50,000 USD, it was 150,000 Ugandan shilling. Then we did a sort of very quick rapid follow-up, or sometimes we call it post-disbursement monitoring survey, just to make sure the transfer was adhering to the sort of protocol and sort of the compliance was ensured. And then we did a follow-up or inline survey in December 2020. So that's about a year, almost a year after the cash transfer, so that we are able to see both how they're using the cash and also what's the impact sort of within a year after receiving this cash. And I just have a couple of slides. We of course have a lot more data, but just to give away the sort of the main findings of the trade-off. So first, on the economic outcome, where we look at the woman's earning or income, we distinguished between two types of economic activities. Those that they do jointly with their husbands or family members, most of the time it's husband, or they do it individually. A large majority of them, the economic activities, either wage employment, which cannot be done jointly, of course, except for maybe rare occasions, or they do little small-scale micro enterprises, like mostly the type of the types that are supported through microfinance or sort of other cash transfer programs, like the one Uriana presented earlier about BRAC. So it's small-scale livestock or small-scale non-farm trading, running small shops that they can do either jointly or on their own. So what we see is when there is a joint cash transfer, so it's given out as cash, that's where we see an increase in their income from activities that they do jointly with their husbands. But for other groups, there are sort of changes, but these are not statistically different from the control group. So there is only positive effect on their joint activity if the cash is given out jointly. So with their husbands, they're doing some sort of micro enterprise. But for individual level activities, we see mobile money making a dent. So when you give them cash over mobile money, then there is a change in their own income or in income that they feel they have more greater control over. They think they're doing individually on their own and others do not have control over. So I guess if we just look at these, there is a case for mobile money because that helps with a woman's economic empowerment and sort of the other results go with this in terms of how much control they feel they have over their income, sort of goes in line with these types of findings. Now about the trade-off, so I was saying that decision-making goes with their economic activity. So when there's mobile money, they feel more in control over decision-making. And for the sort of cash transfer, you do not see any difference from the control group. So these outcomes here are standardized sort of index, sort of condensing a bunch of variables about decision-making. Now the trade-off comes with the intimate partner violence, whereby we see when there is a joint cash, that's the only place where we see there is a reduction in intimate partner violence, but for other groups, there is no change. So if we want to use cash transfer to improve women's sort of social standing or sort of bargaining power within the household, that results in reducing violence against her, then cash transfer seems to do better, and it falls sort of in line with the findings that they're doing these activities together with their husbands. Probably they have a more collaboration going on. But if we are going to aim for their greater economic empowerment, then we do not see those types of effects happening. Now, we do not know whether it's because for some there is a backlash and that's kind of washing out the overall positive effect, because as Uriana was saying, we see the average effects, but maybe it worked for some, didn't work the other way for others, and sort of combined, it's coming to these zero net effects. We do not know that, but if the objective is to reduce intimate partner violence, that seems like we should cash transfer. But for economic empowerment, mobile money seems to have a greater impact. So just to summarize, the trade-off basically here when to talk about is this mobile money helps with economic empowerment, but cash transfer reduces IPV, and the privacy doesn't seem to help. If anything, it kind of hinders joint efforts that you could see if there were cash transfer given jointly. So in this particular case, we kind of rule out privacy being an important mechanism to influence women's economic empowerment or sort of reduction of intimate partner violence. So that's it basically, but I'll be happy to answer sort of questions later in the Q&A session if there is one. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Munshi. We have 5 minutes for questions. Dr. Munshi? Questions? Yeah. Dr. Munshi, can you hear the question or?
No,
I don't think the
unfortunately.
mic is working. Yeah.
Could you repeat that maybe?
This one works. Sorry about that.
I'll say it better.
Yeah.
Oh, can you hear me now? Okay.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I can
Munshi.
hear you, yes.
I'll say it better the second time. I wondered if you had evidence about whether the women perceived the transfers to truly be private, like given that it was such a large amount of money, if they were successful in like actually keeping it a secret. Any chance you heard that?
That's a really good question, actually. Yes.
Okay.
Can I go? Yeah. So yeah, in the post-disbursement, we actually asked them to report like how if they have shared this information, to what extent, whether they have shared the information that they have received the money, but not the amount, or sort of kept the amount secret. So what we found is a large majority of them actually shared the information. So this intervention is basically giving them a choice whether they want to share the information or not when it is private. And according to what they have told us, about 60–70% of them in both cash and mobile money private arms, they say they shared this information. So yeah. But the effect that we're seeing is still of the sort of having this privacy, and then if they have used this privacy as a sort of bargaining chip, sort of, in the inter-household decision making, they had this additional information, maybe they provided the information, and they could use this information to enact their preference in some other ways. So it's the net effect that we are observing.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Munshi Sulaiman. Now, we're going to have a presentation on measuring the long-term impact of reducing, we're going to have a presentation on improving childcare quality through social franchising. Dr. Emily Bean, please join us on the stage.
We'll just do it this way. All right. Hi, everyone. Thanks. So today I want to talk about childcare, which I feel is perfectly set up by our panel discussion earlier, because we kept talking and coming back to the challenge of if women are more involved in the labor market, they're still doing a lot of stuff otherwise. And so one of those household tasks, part of household production, is caring for children. And so what I'm going to share today is some super, super early results from an ongoing study based in Kenya, thinking about the relationship between profitability, childcare quality, and then looking at follow-on effects on households, though that's going to be in, honestly, a few years. So this is work that is supported by, I still can't say it all, there's so many letters, G squared, LML, you got it. The Gates Foundation, IPA, a whole bunch of friends, and with our friends Kidogo. So restating things that have come up already, globally we know that access to affordable, high-quality childcare is a major issue. It's a global issue. It's one that's particularly binding across low and middle-income countries. A World Bank report from a few years ago said that of all the young children in the world, thinking children, I think it was under 5, about 43% have a need for childcare but are not able to access that childcare. And that's setting aside the affordable and the quality side of things. At the same time, providers of childcare are often struggling to stay in the market. This is a market that's characterized by super thin profit margins, relatively high operating costs, and these challenges are even more true when you're dealing with serving the youngest children for whom the need for care might be greatest. There's also recent evidence that highlights that a lack of reliable childcare depresses mothers' earnings. And this is not just by keeping women, say, out of the labor force or reducing the number of hours they have to work. A recent study I love by Delacourt and Fitzpatrick look at entrepreneurs who bring their children with them to work. And when their children are present, this is just correlational, but they find that their profits are lower. So there seems to be a relationship, even just, as you might imagine, when your child's at work with you, it is harder to be as productive as if they weren't. And so UNICEF and other groups as well have highlighted the potential for really a triple dividend of expanding access to high quality care, potentially benefiting mothers through labor supply and earnings, among other outcomes, potentially benefiting the providers, supporting profitability, providing empowerment in a profession that is often devalued and undervalued, and also supporting children in terms of their cognitive and non-cognitive development. This is setting aside the broader question of whether this in turn might lead to greater long-term impacts for human capital development and economic growth, which is, sort of what we hope all of this is fueling. So we know already and have talked about a large and growing body of evidence. There's a nice summary by Halim et al. That both the provisions of subsidies, expanding access to affordable care, increases the use of care, increases maternal labor supply, does a lot of good things. We've seen generally positive evidence of paid care on child outcomes. Not uniformly, there are some studies that have found negative impacts. One thing that comes through is really the importance of quality, which should make sense to us, right? If you're providing engaging, stimulating, safe childcare, that's going to be the thing that will be most important for child development. And then in terms of providers, there's lots of reasons to think that subsidies and additional supports can help providers maintain profitability, but we haven't seen as much evidence really focused on this sector. Though if I'm totally wrong, we should talk about it after, and that would be a really useful discussion for me. So what we ask in this study is what the impacts are of improving childcare quality through a social franchising model. And I'll talk you through the model in a bit. We are going to, down the road, look at impacts via a firm survey and a household survey. The baseline has been conducted, and those are the results I'm going to share today. We're going to think about revenue, provider dynamics, employment of caregivers, caregiver empowerment and mental health, and then on the household side, child care usage, child development, and women's employment. So across Kenya, we're randomizing entry of this social franchising firm into 51 communities located across 11 counties in Kenya. We're collecting data before and after entry with providers and also with mothers. I should actually specify it's with caregivers, it's primarily mothers. And we're focusing on households who right now have a child under the age of 3, such that when we follow up with them, their children will be 1 to 2 years older, and so they're likely to have been exposed at a young age to childcare. The model that we're testing or measuring the impact of is a model that was developed and has been implemented by Kidogo. They have scaled it to reach thousands of students across Kenya, and we're looking at expansion of their model into new communities. What I would think about this as is a short-term quality improvement program. There's an initial 3-day training. Then if you want to continue in the program, you pay a fee and receive 3 months of mentoring, which involve regular visits and optional additional educational workshops. For firms that meet quality standards and desire to convert to become a franchisee, they receive a one-time capital improvement grant that's valued at about $200 US. And the idea with this grant is that it's basically to help meet the needs to provide high quality care. And so often this is used for new floor color coverings, painting, putting in new fixtures sometimes, like additional cots or tables or chairs, setting up hand washing stations, just sort of whatever the provider needs to sort of bring the quality, infrastructure quality up. And then they receive ongoing mentoring. And then another component that's been really important here is the program also provides fortified porridge that is both meeting some caloric needs, some vitamin needs, and also quite high in protein on a regular basis to help improve child nutrition. And so this model is essentially what we're going to be measuring the impact of. There's a recruitment activity, sort of an introductory activity that was completed with everybody in the treatment and the control groups. And that helps us identify folks who were interested in participating in the program, so we can use that as sort of a subsample of those with a high propensity to enroll in this. There's a lot of detail here. Oh, it's bigger. It's bigger than I was hoping it would be. And so what you can see is that we enroll firms in schools and also non-school-based care centers. The non-school-based ones needed to serve at least 5 children. The school-based needed to offer what's called playgroup or daycare. Playgroup is like the preschool. Once children are 4 in Kenya, they're eligible for pre-primary 1, which is sort of the first year of a preschool program. That's usually full day. And so here we're focusing on that year before, and then they often will offer on more of a day-by-day basis just informal daycare. You can drop off your child. And then the home-based, they just offer standard daycare without really a curriculum. And then we look at households who have a child over the age of 3. We randomize them into treatment and control, and then we're going to follow up next year for our midline, and then in 26 for our end line to get the final impacts. Like I said, we're looking across various counties in Kenya. We've got a little bit in Nairobi in the central, then far to the west near Busia, which is familiar to those who have read a lot of studies based in Kenya in the economics field. And we randomize these communities into a treatment and control group evenly. Within each community, we canvassed specific areas and we defined a boundary. So if you look at this blue line, this is the boundary that we defined by walking around with a community health provider and the staff of Kidogo. And so when an area is determined to be treated, they're recruiting specifically in these areas, and we are listing and conducting a full census in these areas. And you can see this is a very dense informal settlement, which is consistent with most of the settlements we're working in. Some are a little bit more peri-urban, but we're looking at quite dense settings. And what you can see is that there's a pretty high concentration of care providers. The red ones are the home and center-based, and the green ones are the school-based. And this is pretty consistent across the board. So we have this mapping, and this is sort of what defines our boundaries. We have a really fixed place to go back to, so we know where to stop. So the second thing I want to do is share some characteristics of the firms and also the households so we can understand the market a little bit better. This is a market that is, if I go back to my picture, quite hard to study. These daycares tend to be largely informal, particularly the home-based ones. They're operating outside of any legal framework, so often they're a little bit hidden, and sometimes people are skeptical to talk about their operations. And it's also a very vulnerable population because the households living in these areas tend to be very poor. So what we found here is that school-based providers tend to dominate the market. That's the main type that we're finding. It's also what Kidogo has shifted to serving. And you can see that those daycares serve about 16 children on average, whereas the home-based ones serve about 7. There's a light gray bar, you just can't see it. And so we can see that the home-based centers are much larger, and the school ones are much smaller, and the school-based ones are much larger. This is a bit, in terms of interpretation, what this shows you is 2 distributions. The first is for the non-school-based, and the second's for the school-based. And what you can see with the non-school-based is they're primarily serving children who are less than 1, 1, and 2, and then a little bit in 3. Very few 4, 5s, and 6s, because that's the point at which children transition to school. What you can see for the school-based is that 62% of their students are age 3. That's that playgroup year that's commonly offered by schools. And then the light blue and grays are going to be the ones who are served by daycare. And then the other ones are children who are actually above age 3 but have not yet transitioned into the pre-primary program, because we're just focusing on those that are offering more of a daycare service. Child to provider ratios are quite high in these schools, about 15 to 1. They're closer to 7 to 1 in the non-school-based centers. And if you notice, this is very similar to the size, because most of these centers have 1 caregiver. Like, there's a group of children, there's 1 caregiver. That's really the modal model here. We can see that the school-based owners are slightly less likely to be women. They tend to have more education. Here I've graphed whether people have secondary education or lower, and it's about 30% for non-school-based owners and about just less than 15% for school-based owners. In terms of actual training in providing either early childhood education or providing something on caregiving, in this case, in school-based centers, 68% had received some training, so this is a population that's relatively well educated, has received training, but it's a completely different picture when we look at the home-based centers. That's where only 19% have received any sort of training. And this is not like a continuing professional development workshop or something like that. This is really like substantial training, like a certificate as a caregiver or in early childhood development. We also looked at infrastructure. What you can see here is that in the school-based centers, about half have electricity, half have light fixtures. We asked about fans because it gets quite warm in the buildings. And then in terms of like toys or manipulatives for children to play with, about half lack any toys for children at all. And that's the biggest problem for the non-school-based centers, where it was less than 40% had any toys for children. And that, when I say toys, I'm not referring to like super fancy expensive toys. I'm referring to even like low-cost things that can easily be acquired, like cups for stacking or small blocks. We really see not a ton of use of different types of playthings for engagement for children. We also ask about what providers do. This is self-reported, right? You can see that providers are singing songs. In schools, providers are reading. In home-based centers, they're not really reading. And then we also thought about whether they're keeping and posting a schedule. This is something that's important to Kidogo. It's one of the sort of ways in which they're establishing basically an ordered rhythm to the day, so that way that creates an opportunity for children to understand what's going to happen in their day, and also for providers to say, like, this is our meal time, this is our nap time, and then here's where we're doing different types of either like free play or engagement. And you can see that, again, in the schools, that's relatively common that they keep a schedule, but it's not necessarily the case in the home-based centers. Like I said, nutrition is definitely a challenge in this setting. Is a challenge in this setting. About 31% don't provide any meals, and in about a third of centers, there are children who go completely hungry throughout the day, at least 3 times a week. So this is why there's sort of demand to provide additional food and through snacks and meals to the children, which is what this group provides. You can see our distribution of revenue, which looks similar to profits. I have shared so much about firms that I risk stealing other people's time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you this profit slide, and I'm going to tell you that if we want to talk about the households, we should do it later. And I'm going to jump just to a conclusion slide. So to wrap up, we saw a major heterogeneity in childcare quality, high provider-to-child ratios, challenges around child engagement and hunger during the day. And then what I didn't get a chance to show you is that in the households, we see really high pre-existing usage of paid care. About 61% of households are using paid care. And about 1/3 of households report dissatisfaction with their childcare arrangements. We ask about whether they find the quality to be above average, average, or below average, and about 20-some% say that it's sort of below average with respect to their own internal standards. So this highlights that parents themselves are not necessarily happy with the status of childcare quality. So we have a midline and an end line wrapping up. I'm not going to talk anymore because I've talked too much, but I really appreciate your attention and yeah, look forward to questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Beam. Any questions? No questions? I mean, we're out of time anyways, so thank you guys. Thank you so much, Dr. Emily.
Thank you.
Okay, now it's time. Yeah. Please welcome Dr. Ahmed Al-Sayed. Again.
Perfect. Too much of Ahmed today, so I'll try to be quick. Mainly because this is like a project that's still running, and these are just like a bunch of preliminary results. So it's incomplete. It's still running as an experiment. So this project is about irregular migration, employment and irregular migration, and it's evidence from 2 randomized evaluations here in Egypt. It's joint work with Dean Abdel Fattah from here at AUC, Pronok Ripon, and Jules Gazou. So, as you all know, addressing the root causes of irregular migration has become a key policy priority globally. The EU particularly is so much interested in this topic, and they launched in 2016 a big initiative called Emergency Trust Fund for Africa, with a budget of 5 billion euros to deter irregular migration flows from 26 origin countries. One of the flagship programs under this initiative is implemented here in Egypt to increase the employment of young adults in areas with the highest outflows of irregular migrants. And here we study the impact of this. So as you see in this map, these are the countries that receives irregular migrants, mainly by sea. And as you see, like, Italy is the country that receives most of those. Egypt is the country that sends most of those on the other slide here. So actually in 2022, more than 20,000 or 11%, 11.5% of the total number of irregular migrants came from Egypt. So this program in Egypt was launched in 2021, jointly with the Egyptian government, mainly the Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise Development Agency, or MISMEDA, for those who are familiar with the term here, the name of the institution. And it mainly targets the regions with the highest outflows of irregular migrants. So we are targeting 9 governorates or provinces that used to send a lot of those migrants. The type of interventions we do are 2 interventions. The first one is cash for work intervention, which is kind of like a rapid creation of temporary jobs for income. And this is the case jointly with 90 NGOs and community development associations that helped us provide temporary employment in community services. The target audience is unemployed youth in the age category of 18 to 35. At least 60% of them are women, so the majority here are women. And participants worked for a duration of 15 to 18 months in projects providing community services like health, environment, adult literacy, and nurseries. The other intervention is quite similar, with the difference of like a particular different focus on training and employment support. And by this, we are facilitating access to wage and self-employment. This is jointly with 34 NGOs, pretty much the same category of young people. And participants received the training for a maximum of 3 months, mainly on maintenance, sewing, hairdressing, and different services like financial services, job search aid, etc. I forgot to mention that we also cross-randomize kind of like longer-term support by matching them with employers. So the theory of change is that the intervention could have a direct impact on participation by increasing the employment and employability. So it could affect in this regard the opportunity cost of migration constraints. So participants could disregard migration if they find local opportunities here, or they could favor migration if now the main barrier or the main constraint was like the cash constraint, and you're alleviating this now. The intervention also has an indirect impact on the migration decisions of relatives. So that's why we conduct surveys for the household decision makers and other household members, children and friends, etc., in order to study intra-household dynamics, opportunity cost, financial constraints, peer effects. So in this presentation, I'm going to show you two things. First, the direct impact, the preliminary findings, the preliminary evidence on the effects of this intervention. And second, given that this is like a very sensitive topic, irregular migration, you cannot just go out and ask people about their irregular migration preferences, how exactly we go through this and how we measure this sensitive outcome with a new method called the pallet box. So far, the preliminary evidence suggests that the intervention was effective in increasing the opportunity cost of migration, but there's no effect on actual irregular migration to Europe, mainly because it's a rare outcome, and the intervention didn't target the individuals with the highest propensity to migrate. But there are negative impacts on intermediary outcomes for men, mainly intentions and plans. And this technique, the new approach I'm going to explain shortly, looks quite promising to measure sensitive outcomes. So this is the experimental design. Both RCTs rely on oversubscription. People apply for these opportunities, either cash for work or training, and then you randomly assign them to treatment and control, as simple as that. We stratify this by NGO and the position or field they are applying for. We have quite large sample. We have almost 7,000 for the cash for work intervention and almost 5,000 for the training intervention. So down the way, we're planning to do a lot with heterogeneity, just like to see actually who's affected much more. I'm not going to spend too much work on the descriptives and balance checks. They are quite balanced. So for the data collection, these are the bunch of data that we collected / planning to collect. So we started with a baseline survey, which is conducted by the NGOs. I think it's here, it's the same here, but just shows you where we are. So we started with a baseline survey conducted by the different partner NGOs as part of the application process. So people apply through the NGO and we collect the data accordingly. Then we have a midline survey, which is shortly before the end of the period of employment, which is completed as well. And we have an end-line survey, which is shortly after the end of the intervention. The regular tracking is completed and the intensive tracking is also completed. And then we have a long-term end-line survey 1.5 years later after the end of the intervention, and this part is still ongoing. So what I'm going to show you today is pretty much the short-term and the midline impact of this. And then we have also other two surveys that we are planning to conduct, the network survey, the decision maker survey, who's making the decision within the household, and also the friend survey to see to what extent there's spillover. So these are the first stage discussion. So just to explain here, we have the two interventions, the cash for work, and this one is here, the midline and the end line. For the training program, we do this only in the end line. And as you see here, there's quite a positive impact for the cash of work on the short term, but it vanishes right after the program. So actually, during the program itself, there has been some positive impacts in terms of wage employment, casual work, total working hours, etc. But then it quite disappeared. What happens here is for self-employment, for the training program, self-employment seemed to persist because this is actually the long-term impact, not the short-term impact, and it's quite significant. So actually what happened is those people are setting up their own businesses and they are working. So this is kind of test of proof of the intervention itself is working. And this is kind of a retrospective calendar to look back in the time by month, what has been happening. And as you see, actually, this is the cash for work. So this is actually the duration of the implementation of the program. And right after the program, it just vanished. There has been some positive impacts, however, on well-being. So life satisfaction, occupational satisfaction, and different indices. This seems to be working fine, more or less, for the two interventions. Now, the question of the study, the impact of this on migration and irregular migration. A main concern that we have is that migration can manifest itself as attrition. So tracking people, when we cannot survey them directly, it's tricky. So actually, we do different proxies, mainly asking relatives registered at the baseline, neighbors, and other knowledgeable persons in the village, basic questions on the location of the individual. What we find here with just the basic question of migration and having this proxy is that pretty much there is no impact for men, but a negative impact for women. So what happens is this is migration to any destination, all the destinations. And this is the internal migration within Egypt. As you see, it decreased actually for women. These are combining the two interventions together, the training or the cash for work. But there's no evidence because the incidence is really small for international migration, right? So it seemed to have affected the internal migration patterns mainly for women. And actually, like, you know, we play around with the way we ask this question. So we have questions on the unrestricted intentions. If you have the opportunity, would you like to move to Europe? If yes, would you consider moving to Europe, even if you don't have the official papers? So this is the question we use. We have also, like, you know, questions on the plans. Are you planning to move to Europe without the official papers? Or attempts. Did you attempt to migrate to Europe? If yes, how did you attempt to migrate to Europe? So we ask a lot of those, and actually, like, you know, this doesn't make a huge difference. Mainly because this is a very sensitive question, right? Like, you know, you cannot just go around. People will be giving you the answer you're expecting. Like, you know, even if they are planning and even if they are attempting, most likely they will hide this. So what we try to do then is to try to allow respondents to answer in a way that would keep their identity vague, like, you know, not revealing their identity. And we do this actually by two methods. One of them is quite famous, the REST experiment. And the other one is one that we have just, like, you know, added to this study as kind of like an addition. So the REST experiment simply is kind of like, you know, the way we run this is we give people, so we randomize people into two groups. One of them would be receiving a short list of questions, asking you very neutral questions, like this one. I have so strong relationship with my cousins. I have at least one friend who live in Europe. I can afford to buy an apartment in Cairo. You know, these are very neutral questions. And then another group would be receiving a longer list with one question that includes the planning to moving to Europe without the official papers, right? And what we tell people to do is, like, we give them 5 marbles in this group, in the long list, or 4 marbles, and we ask them to hide these marbles behind their pack, right? And for each correct answer, they should be moving the marble from their left hand side to the right hand side, right? So at the end of the day, we count the number of marbles, nothing more. So actually, without revealing this, we know if they have answered positively to this additional question or not. And we have different variations of this. We have also, like, you know, what we call double list experiment, where we do this twice actually for people. So this is actually one of the techniques that have been used earlier. And we compare the results that we get from the direct question to this one. And as you see, there's a bit of like an increase in the share of people who are willing to migrate if they are playing this game with us compared to the direct question. But it's not that significant. It's slightly significant for men, but not for women, right? So again, like, you know, this works, but, you know, not that much, or at least, like, you know, there's no much of a difference. We cannot tell if there's a difference between the two. So what we try here, 5 minutes, okay. So I'll try to be quick. So what we try here is like a new technique, a new method called the pallet box. It's kind of like, you know, we get like a transparent plastic bag, and we ask people to cast their vote in this one by asking them the different questions about their intention to migrate, right? But it's anonymous. The only difference is, like, you know, they are of different colors. One of them is, say, yellow, and the other one is green. Yellow would be, like, you know, for the treatment, green is for the control group, right? All what they see is like a plastic bag and kind of like, you know, a voting paper that doesn't include any identity whatsoever, right? Only their village, which is like reported by the team. And they cast this vote in this plastic bag, right? And even, like, you know, our enumerators just, like, you know, shake the bag in front of them so that, you know, they are sure about the anonymity of the thing. And we are comparing the results here, like, you know, what exactly we get out of this. And as you see here, like, these are the shares of people who are willing to migrate, the planning to migrate to irregularly to Europe. And as you see, there's quite a significant difference. So actually, the share of people who are reporting, the share of men who are reporting willingness to migrate increased massively for men compared to the other techniques. And the same also applies for women. So actually, like, you know, this technique is kind of like, you know, revealing, so in this case. So this is actually, like, you know, what we have in this paper. We test different, like, you know, order effects, for example, of the different questions, how randomizing the location of the direct question. And then we use, now I'm going to show you actually, like, you know, the impact of this on the irregular migration to Europe, like, you know, the actual migration to Europe. And as you see here, there's pretty much no much of evidence except when we use the ballot books. So actually, like, when using the ballot books for men, you find that the plans to migrate irregularly to Europe decrease significantly for men compared to women, right? So this is kind of like, but again, like, this is midline, and this needs to be taken with a grain of salt. We also, like, do a lot of this on the different channels, the opportunity cost, by asking people about their expected life satisfaction if they are staying in their village, if they are moving to Cairo, etc. Yeah, I should be wrapping up, I think, yeah. So opportunity cost is one thing. Financial constraints also is another channel. Migration barriers, and also we test the experimental demand effect with different techniques. So very quickly, so what we are trying to do, like, the conclusion so far is that preliminary evidence suggests that there's no effect on actual irregular migration to Europe because it's a rare outcome, but there are negative effects on intermediary outcomes for men, intention and plans. Mainly the opportunity cost of migration is the channel. Interventions didn't target the individuals with the highest propensity to migrate. And the ballot box as an approach looks quite promising to measure sensitive outcomes. Next steps, we look an effect on the relatives and then the longer term, and to what extent the negative effects on intermediary migration outcomes translate into negative effects or actual migration. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ahmed. This is super interesting. So I have many questions, but I only ask two. The first is, how many people are treated in a given village? Because could you possibly measure whether the intervention has an impact at the village level by asking whether there's been recent boats leaving for Europe, more generic questions which are not about the individual?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay. And the second question is, it's actually super cool that you have so many NGOs. Sorry. It's super cool that you have so many NGOs as part of the study. Have you looked at difference in implementation across NGOs? Because this is something that we can never look at, because we always collaborate with one NGO at a time, whereas you can do
This
a
is
lot.
right. So actually, like, let me start with the second question. Like, we are trying as much as we can to collect data on how exactly they implemented this. And you have a lot of variations, actually, on the quality of implementation. I agree with you. It's tricky. But we have, like, a very dedicated team. Like, and I see some faces, actually, like, who are helping us doing this in different, Anas is one of them, actually, like, he's working with us on this project. So actually, it's quite tricky and difficult as a project, given, like, the geographic locations, which are spread all over the country, at least like half of the country, 9 governorates. So it's quite tricky, but we try as much as possible to collect data and put our hands on how exactly this was implemented. We don't have this at this point, but actually we're planning to do this. On your first question, this is an excellent idea. I don't think actually we have thought about it, but actually what we are planning to do is pretty much kind of like, surveying the network, surveying kind of like, the social network surrounding the person to understand to what extent people talk to each other and the spillover effects within the village. But maybe we could consider shifting this into kind of like representative kind of survey from the village. I believe actually we can do this at this stage, given that we haven't yet started this type of survey. It's a great point, Oriana. Thank you.
Thanks, Ahmed. It's really interesting, fascinating results. So the interesting thing here, in my view, is that policymakers in Europe always say we can reduce illegal migration or irregular migration if we improve the living conditions in the countries of origin. But then you have the overwhelming evidence, lots of it correlational, but by sociologists, by economists, to show that as living conditions improve, there is more migration, also more irregular migration. So how do you square your results, preliminary as they may be, with this vast evidence that goes exactly in the other way, or in the other direction?
This is a very interesting question. You are the expert on the migration research, Pin. One of the things that we need to consider always is the target audience we are focusing on. So here in this particular group, 60% of our sample are women in Egypt. And actually, a lot of people are criticizing us for this. Like, women do not migrate irregularly. Why do you do this? To be honest with you, in the beginning, actually, it's kind of part of the design of the RCT. So we haven't thought much about how we can do this. And
we thought like, the best we can do is just like, to have this split between men and women and see to what extent this would work. But actually digging deeper into this, what you find is when you target men with this kind of like, job opportunities or training opportunities, etc., what happens is like, they leave their, I don't know, like, other economic activity behind and displace with this new job opportunity, right? So the family loses actually a little bit. So you don't support them with the entire amount. But when you target women, this adds directly to the household. So actually we are dealing with the entire household in its entirety. Also, another important dimension here is like, we are focusing here on people who are in rural Egypt, who are typically poor. Most of those women haven't participated in the labor market before, so this is like, their first job. A third element is most of these families, if they are considering irregular migration, and actually we are focusing on villages that used to send a lot of migrants, they consider irregular migration for their minor children, not even like, the head of the household, which is really sad, mainly because of like, human rights. Italy or France will not be sending those kids back. So they just like, put their kids on hold. So actually like, it's kind of like, a different, I cannot generalize this and put it actually just simply in the framework of like, migration in general without having this into consideration. But, I'll be glad to discuss this more with you and actually see how exactly we can place this in the economic literature.
Yeah, sorry, time's up.
Sure, perfect.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ahmed. Okay, halfway there. We have 3 more presentations. I know you're all tired, but we have a very exciting next section of presentations where we're going to discuss maternal employment and no break, no time. If you want to stretch right now in your seats, you can do it, but unfortunately we're way beyond the time that we have. Okay. Next we have Abdurrahman Nagy. Please, the floor is all yours.
Great. I know it's very late, but I hope I have a very quick and interesting presentation as much as I could. So it's great to be here. Thank you, UNICEF and IZA, thank you, JPAL, UNICEF and IZA for organizing this very interesting conference. So today, basically, I'll be sharing the results for our impact evaluation on how can economic intervention raise female employment when social norm is limited. It's an experimental research project that we conducted here in Egypt. I'm Abdurrahman Nagy. I'm a lead evaluation specialist at 3IE, and I'm the MENA lead for 3IE. So we conducted this evaluation with Bruno Cripon and Stefano Caria and Caroline Kraft. Okay, so we started this project actually in collaboration with the Ministry of Social Solidarity and with support from the Innovation Gender Lab under the World Bank, as well as a generous support from IZA. And we collaborated in this project with the Ministry of Social Solidarity, as I mentioned, and Khair and the Baraka NGO in Egypt here. And basically, just to give you a history, so this whole project started actually from a policy interest. So the Ministry of Social Solidarity mentions that basically they signed this collaboration with the World Bank and the IMF. And basically, the collaboration asked Egypt to commit with starting a project to be funded from the Egyptian government budget to basically work on increasing female force participation. And as part of this, the Ministry of Social Solidarity started a national early childhood program in Egypt here. So just to give you a context about the importance of this intervention, first let's look into the female force participation. So globally, for every 3 men employed, only 2 women are employed. And the MENA region, as you all know, has the lowest rates for female force participation in the world, with a variety of constraints limiting women's engagement in the labor force. And just also to mention, for example, you will have the lowest 2 countries with no war, no conflicts, which are Jordan with 14.5% female force participation, and Egypt with 15.1% female force participation. And despite the raising in education attainment, female force participation in Egypt declines significantly. So it was basically 27% in 2006, and it reduced to 21% in 2018, and it's now 15.1%. In 2022, only 13% of women in Egypt were employed. This challenge is getting way harder and more sophisticated when women got married. So basically, only 13% of women in Egypt were employed. And basically, for women with the children, they basically face more particular low employment rates. As a result, achieving gender equality requires closing persistent employment gender gap, right? And we can think about three main challenges for low female force participation. One is the high opportunity cost of time. And mainly you can think about here care responsibilities. Second is limited access to employment. And third, restrictive gender norms. I also have a couple of statistics that I love a lot. One is coming from this study from the UNDP, or I can't remember exactly, probably OECD, which basically was measuring the impact of COVID-19 on the Egyptian household. And one very important insights out of this, that 90% of the unpaid jobs is basically the female responsibility within this household, right? And again, unpaid jobs means that basically any job related to like household as well as raising up kids, right? And another important statistic that I mentioned today is basically the interest for hiring women. And based on the studies that Gemini Spear and Anna Osman conducted, we saw that basically more than 50% of firms are discriminating against hiring women. So they prefer hiring men than women. And when we think about female force participation, we can think about two main series. The first one is the most famous series. And as economists, we care a lot about incentives, right? And even economics call the study of incentive, right? So basically, one big question here, or like one big theory here is it's all about incentive. So if we are able to find the right incentive for women, we will basically be able to help women get out of their houses and join the labor force, right? However, this is not the only theory here. This is another theory that's thinking about, no, whatever you'll be offering women, this can't be enough. We also need to think about social norms, right? And here, basically, in our study here, we are trying to think about, can we really help women join the labor force by providing childcare subsidies or providing access to childcare? And then our experiment here, we're basically trying to randomize two interventions here. One is access to childcare, and the second is offering job opportunities. And as part of this, we are trying to test basically the first idea that is all about economic incentive, right? And the economic incentives here, basically women cannot work because they are basically spending most of their time working within the household. And by looking in the Egyptian labor market panel survey, we see that women working almost on average 40 hours per week within the household, right? And basically on unpaid jobs. And basically by looking again with the Egypt labor market panel survey, basically when women join the labor force, the number of hours increased from 40 hours per week to be 80 hours per week, right? So again, here, very simple intervention to reduce the hustle that basically that women, or like the effort that women are making or leading within the household. We will simply give them access to nurseries, but this is basically can easily be, or like wouldn't be enough. So in addition to giving them access to nurseries, we'll basically also offering them access to job opportunities. Okay. We mentioned that basically again, what we're providing child care subsidies and employment services, right? So first, we started by looking into the nurseries that are registered, right, within the Ministry of Social Solidarity, or basically accredited by the Ministry of Solidarity. And we had basically two different samples. The first sample is the nursery sample. So our inclusion criteria here, that basically one is identified formal nurseries registered with the MOS. Second, we offer nurseries the opportunity to participate in our experiment, and if they said yes, we'll include them. Third, the nurseries also agreed to participate and basically provide capacity data for childcare experiment. But in addition, a fourth criteria is that basically for all nurseries, they must have free spaces that we can offer for newcomers simply. And for household, we had 3 eligibility criteria. The first one, household with women who have at least 1 child between the age from 1 to 5. Second, living within the catchment area, and we'll define what we mean by catchment area in a second. And who are not yet, 5 minutes? No way, okay. And who are not yet clients for a nursery. So what we mean by catchment area, and try to run as much as I could. Basically, we try to use Facebook population projection, and basically you can see here, this green spot is our nursery. And basically what we did is we basically draw this circle around the nursery to basically, which is almost 500 meters, basically this to be our catchment area, and did a kind of census for us, right? And really will run now. So basically that started with this very simple randomization with having 4 groups, control group, and a group will receive only nursery subsidies, a third group will receive only employment services, and the fourth will basically receive both employment service and nursery subsidies. And we start by providing 25% subsidies, and the second 75% subsidies. But basically, this was not enough. So the take-up for the vouchers, and nursery voucher was very, very low. So we changed this actually to another one where basically we offered 100% subsidies. So basically, if you have 1 kid or more, you can send them to a nursery completely for free for the entire year, right? For data, basically for the baseline survey, we had almost 5,000 interviews. For first midline survey, we conducted first 5,000. Second midline was almost 4,700. End line, 3,250. In addition to the admin data we got from the nurseries and from the Ministry of Social Solidarity, as well as the data we got also from the job matching platforms. So we have 2 hypotheses. The first one I mentioned, that basically women are not sending, they don't have the time to work, that's because they are taking care of their kids, so we are offering them free access to nurseries. The second one is, because mothers, even if they have access to nurses, does not mean they will be able to join the labor force. So you are offering them basically job placement services that allow them to join the labor force. Very quickly, there is a balance, cleaned, that basically all the different treatments are balanced here. Okay, looking into the characteristics of our sample in the baseline survey, we'll see basically that employed are, out of the entire sample, was almost 11%, and almost 40% of our sample are interested to join the labor force. And 57% out of those who are interested to join the labor force were basically searching for a job, right? And almost 45%, they mentioned that the main challenge here is access to child care. Basically, the child care barrier is the main barrier for them. Here is basically the social norms that we saw for the baseline survey, right? So we can see that basically when we ask women about working from home, or ask both men and women, 94% of men, they said yes, it's acceptable. 85% of women, they said it's acceptable, right? Work outside home, the percentage of men reduced from 85% to be 53%, almost 50%. They don't think that working outside of home is acceptable for women, right? I like this actually, I don't have time to go through all of them. But for example, when we ask if working women risk their reputation, 16% of men, they said yes, and 4% of women, they said no, right? And we said basically working women expose themselves to harassment. 44% of the men, they said yes, it's exposed themselves to harassment, right? The question that basically Dr. I forget the name, sorry, that basically mentioned the modeling, which basically men deserve work than women. In our sample, 90% of men said yes, but even more from women said yes, said 93%. They said basically men deserve work more than women, right? Okay, when we asked also about if it's okay to leave a child with relative to go to work, 79% of the women, they said yes, it's okay, but only 46% of men, they said okay, right? And when we ask about leave a child nursery to go to work, 67% of women said yes, and 34% of men said yes. Okay, so going very quickly to the results, basically, on average, 10.5% only they use their vouchers. Although we offered completely free access to nurseries for any number of children they have, and they got the chance to visit the nursery, to check the quality, and all of those nurseries are certified, registered within the Ministry of Solidarity, and facilitators are trained, and they are very good nurseries. And even they can change the nurseries. However, only 10.5% they use the nurseries voucher. For account creation, that basically we offer them job opportunities over the phone. So we have the job matching platform. They call all women, and they tell them that basically we have this opportunity that to register you, to create a profile for you that you can use for apply for jobs. And although it's super easy action, only on average 48% said yes. The rest said no. Although all what they needed to do is to say, yes, create a profile for me, which will take 10 seconds to do, right? When it comes to actions, like job submissions, right? Only on average 22% they really submitted applications, they applied for jobs, right? So again, if you're looking back, like how many of women they said were interested to work, more than 40%. And more than 40% again, they said the only challenge we are facing is access to nurseries, right? But when we really offer them jobs, this number reduced significantly. And again, this is a big question here. So this theory of like it's only about economic, it's not completely right. I would like to discuss all of this, but one important aspect here, when basically when we ask them reasons for not applying for any proposed jobs, you'll find that the second option here, the second highest one, is husband refusal, right? So again, husbands are not agreeing on this. However, when we asked them at the beginning, the percentage of people they saw they basically are able to apply for jobs was quite high. Most probably because they underestimated how much their husband will resist them joining to the job market, right? I don't have time for this, but very quickly, what could be the conclusion? This is one of the studies that basically are not seeing super significant positive results for our intervention. In most of the academic world, this will not be super interesting, right? However, from a policy perspective, that's super, super, super important, right? Because by the end of the day, our main conclusion here is that nurses are super important and absolutely important, and we can see this in many, many countries. However, in the MENA region and in Egypt, providing nurseries alone is not sufficient. We need more. We need to provide nurseries, and probably we need to focus a lot on social norms given what we saw in the baseline survey and the opinion we got from different measures. And again, providing access to nurseries for free and even employment services are not sufficient, are not enough, and probably we need to increase more, and this is exactly what we are doing now in our second phase of the nurseries in the experiment, which we are conducting now in collaboration with the Ministry of Social Solidarity, UNICEF, and others. I will really finish it. No worries. Yeah, sure, no worries. But basically now, we are almost doing the same exact intervention with adding a very intense social norms intervention, trying really to change the mindset of women, husbands, their mothers-in-law on 3 levels, on individual level, household level, and on a village level. I have too many other data that I would love to show you, but sorry, I'm running out of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Abdurrahman. Any questions? We have one question. One.
No. You gave Ahmed 3 questions.
Sorry. كنت بكهربه برضه.
That's completely unfair.
Hi, thank you for a very nice presentation. I have 2 questions and they're pretty much the same.
We're just allowed to ask one. Sorry.
Compounded. Yani, as a woman in Egypt, and because I know how the situation is, when I read the sentence, only 2/3 of women and 1/3 of men thought using nurseries to women can work was acceptable. Here, I pause for a second and I think, is it because they have a problem with the women working, or is it because they have a problem with the woman working because she has a child and they don't trust in the care system?
Because basically this is the expectation. The expectation is raising up kids is the full responsibility for women, right? So in most of the cases, we do not see that basically husband, they see that raising up kids are a shared responsibility. This is the responsibility of women, and if she is not taking care of her kids within the household, it means that she's not a great mother, simply.
Okay, so you guys, when you filtered it out, that was the main reason. It wasn't because we see a lot of time that people want to work and they want to send their kids to childcare services, but because they don't trust in the system or the quality or where they're sending their kids. And I think that pulls back to the point where women don't want to work. And it could be they don't want to work because they want to be with their kids and they feel responsible, so they don't want to send them to.
Yes, I agree with you, and that's why basically we allowed women to go and visit the nurseries, and that's why we started by looking into only registered nurseries, which kind of certified nurseries by MOS. Right? So it means that they are obliged to basically follow a certain quality criteria, including child protection and including training facilities and all of that. And even if they do not like one nursery, you can still use another nursery. So this is not the main reason here. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. This is the whole question, or this? Okay.
Compound.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you, Abdurrahman.
Sure.
Okay, now we have our very own Dr. Mai Mahmoud. She's our postdoctoral fellow here at JPAL MENA. Please go ahead. You have 15 minutes and 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you so much for your patience and for staying until the end of this long day. For now, I will be switching gears a little bit. I'll take you to the agriculture sector. I know it's a sector that is highly dominated by males, but at least there should be something new that we can learn about this sector and can make us think a little bit more about the labor market in general. So this is my paper on pricing and allocation of new agriculture technologies. Okay. So I'll start by talking about the role of prices in general in allocating goods. In Economics 101, we study that market prices are the most efficient way to allocate goods such that the marginal benefits of an additional unit is at least equal to the marginal cost of producing this unit. But also as economists, we agree that for this efficient allocation through market prices to happen, there has to be a certain set of conditions such as perfect information, complete markets, and so on. We refer to these conditions as the first best world. We also acknowledge that in real life, the real world can be different from the first best world, which may justify a policy intervention, such as a subsidy policy to increase take-up of goods with high expected benefits. One concern with subsidies is that by increasing take-up, they can also distort allocative efficiency if we are increasing take-up by buyers who have lower benefits. And this is particularly important if we're looking at settings where there are multiple dimensions of heterogeneity across potential buyers. On the one dimension, buyers are heterogeneous in terms of the benefits that they expect to derive from buying this good, and also buyers can be heterogeneous in terms of the constraints that prevents them from buying in the absence of a subsidy. The correlation between these different dimensions of heterogeneity is unclear. When there is a positive correlation when the most constrained is the one that has the highest benefits, then a subsidy can increase allocative efficiency. But when there is a negative correlation and the most constrained potential buyers are the ones who have the lowest benefits, then a subsidy may actually distort allocation. I take the question on pricing and allocation into an agriculture setting, and I would like to highlight a few features of agriculture that make it particularly interesting to study prices and allocation in this setting. First, agriculture input subsidies are quite spread, and they are especially more spread in the developing world. In some developing countries, the spending on agricultural input subsidies may take up 10% or more of total government spending. Second, there is expected heterogeneity across farmers for different reasons. In agriculture, not only the farm management skills of the farmer matter, but also the soil quality, the farm characteristics, access to input and output markets, and so on. All of these factors contribute to these potential sources of heterogeneity across farmers.
Third, the agriculture output is uncertain. There is a high uncertainty in agriculture production, which means when farmers make their investment decisions before they start planting, they do not know their expected outcomes with certainty that they will realize these outcomes after the harvesting season. And last, which is a feature common to agriculture as well as other settings, is that take-up is not necessarily equal adoption. When you subsidize an agricultural input, farmers may take it just because it has a lower price, but they don't end up using this subsidized input on their farms. So my main research question is, do higher prices screen out buyers with lower benefits? Or more specifically, in an RCT setting where I randomize the prices, I look at whether at various prices, do farmers who choose not to buy a new agriculture technology have lower than average returns? The experimental, so the methodology is a two-stage randomized controlled trial. And the first stage, I randomized the seed price in order to elicit demand at different price levels. And another advantage of the stage 1 randomization is that randomizing free distribution in the first stage allows me to estimate the treatment effect for the entire population. This is interesting because in the second stage, I randomize free distribution among the selected sample of non-buyers, which allows me to estimate the treatment effect among the farmers who choose not to buy this new agricultural input or new seed. The contribution to the literature, I will not dig deep into a literature review for the interest of time, but my interpretation of the contribution is that this is the first experimental evidence on whether agriculture input prices sort farmers based on their returns to adoption. So the context, looking at a new seed variety, which is agriculture technology in my setting. It's called Berry-Gom 33. This study is implemented in Bangladesh, and the new seed variety was introduced to protect farmers from a contagious crop disease called wheat blast. So in this image, I'm showing you an example of two wheat grains. The green wheat grain is a wheat grain that is healthy and not affected by any disease. The wheat grain that is actually destroyed is the one that is affected by the wheat blast disease. So for today, I'll show you results on demand and adoption. I'll show you how demand is elastic, but at the same time, buyers paying higher prices are not more likely to plant the distributed seeds, which shows that subsidies do not necessarily distort allocation away from those who are most likely to plant the seeds. When we go to results on revenues and profits, the point estimate on revenues and profits shows a negative treatment effect, which you can interpret this as the seed was an insurance device to protect the farmers against the downside risk of crop disease, but this crop disease did not outbreak during the implementation period. But most importantly, for the results on revenues and profits, I find that the realized returns of the self-selected non-buyers, those who eventually received the seed for free in stage 2 of the experiment, are similar to the realized returns of the farmers who got the seed for free from the first stage. And I will conclude with one possible mechanism to explain these results, which is found through heterogeneity analysis, suggesting that credit constraints may partially explain why farmers who are willing to plant the seeds are not able to buy them when they are asked to pay a positive price. So now I'll focus on the experimental design. I have a sample of 220 villages. In the first stage, I randomized these villages into 3 arms. The first arm is a pure control villages, which includes 40 villages. The second arm has the high subsidy villages, and the third arm is the medium to low subsidy villages. In the first stage, I elicit demand, and I find that at any subsidy level of 50% and above, the take-up is near 100%. But in the medium to low subsidy villages, there is a variation, and some farmers choose to buy and some farmers choose not to buy the seeds.
Up to this stage, both the farmers and the enumerators are blind of a second stage intervention, so that the second stage intervention does not contaminate the demand elicitation in stage 1. In stage 2, I re-randomize villages in the medium-low subsidy arm into stage 2 treatment and stage 2 control villages. Importantly, the stage 2 treatment villages, the non-buyers are offered the same seed package for free in stage 2, and this is in the same agriculture season before planting. In the stage 2 control villages, there is no further intervention after stage 1. So this experimental design, I use it to compare two interesting groups. The first group is looking at the difference between the free distribution, the full subsidy in stage 1 versus no treatment, the pure control villages. And the second group that I'm concerned with is the non-buyers, and looking at the difference between the outcomes of the non-buyers who were randomized into stage 2 treatment versus those who were randomized into stage 2 control. So this experimental design, I'll put it into equations, and this will be my empirical strategy. So if you remember the image well, you will see that I'll just take the image into equations. I'm looking at the outcomes for farmer I in village J and strata S, and the outcomes are mostly adoption, wheat cultivation, revenues, and profits. The farmers who go into this equation, I have the omitted group is the pure control villages, and the farmers in the free distribution villages, this is the free, as well as the non-buyers from the stage 2 treatment and stage 2 controlled villages. I use straight fixed effects and probability weights, but I will just focus on the interpretation of my coefficients. So the gamma 1 coefficient is the comparison between the stage 1 free distribution versus the pure control arm, and this is my estimate for the treatment effects for the entire population. The difference between gamma 2 and gamma 3 coefficients, this is the net effect of free distribution among the selected sample, a self-selected sample of non-buyers. So testing the equality, for the equality between gamma 1 on the one hand and the difference between gamma 2 and gamma 3 on the other hand will show whether there was a selection effect by the non-buyers. Meaning if the non-buyers did not buy because they knew that they will have lower or higher returns than the average farmer in the population. I have additional specifications in the paper, but I will go to results. So first, I have descriptive results on demand and the likelihood of planting the seed among the buyers. In panel A here, I'm showing the inverse demand curve. As the subsidy level decreases, meaning that the farmers are asked to pay a higher price, the share of the farmers who buy the seed drops dramatically. So from a take-up rate at the high subsidy of near 100%, 94%, the take-up rate at the low subsidy villages was 6%. At the same time, seeing this elastic demand, we would have expected the farmers who pay a higher price for the seed would be more willing to plant the seed and more keen on using the seed on their farms. However, interestingly, when you look at the share of the buying farmers who end up planting the seed, we find that this share is almost 50% more or less, no matter whether the farmers paid a high or low price, depending on their village level randomization of prices. So now I'll look at the regression equation and have the regression table, the result in a table. I'm looking at the farm level results first on adoption of this new seed variety and the likelihood of increasing wheat cultivation at the extensive and the intensive margin, whether the farmers started to grow wheat or increase the share of wheat area in their farm area. I noticed that in the controlled villages, the mean is very low, which is a setting where farmers were trying to avoid wheat cultivation because of the wheat blasts. The treatment, the free distribution treatment, significantly increases the likelihood of growing wheat at the extensive and intensive margin, which is the case for both the stage 1 free distribution as well as the net effect of the stage 2 free distribution, which I look at this, the net effect of stage 2 is the difference between gamma 2 and gamma 3. I also try to compare the equality between the effect of randomizing free distribution to the farmers from the beginning versus randomizing free distribution to the non-buyers. And I find that the difference between these two effects is not statistically significant, except for adoption, it's marginally significant. So to make it easier, I'll move the results into graphs, and I'll just show you the effect of stage 1 free distribution and the net effect of stage 2 free distribution. And now I'll be looking at the impacts on plot revenues and plot profits. Similar to the results on adoption and wheat cultivation, I find that stage 2 free distribution to non-buyers, the impact of stage 2 free distribution to non-buyers is not different, is not statistically different from the impact of stage 1 free distribution. So the farmers who choose not to buy the seeds when they receive the seed for free, the impact of these 3 seeds for these self-selected non-buyers is not any different from the impact of giving the seed for free to a random farmer from stage 1 from the beginning. I have a second-year results. I followed the same farmers for consecutive wheat growing season to see if the farmers actually continued to plant the same seeds that they were provided in the first year. And I find the second-year results are similar to the first-year results in terms of the persistent adoption. The likelihood of the farmers continue to adopt the same seed variety for a consecutive wheat season is not too different whether we're looking at the non-buyers who got the seed for free or we're looking at the farmers who got the seed for free from the beginning of the experiment. Interestingly, for this adoption, the non-buyers are actually slightly less likely to disadopt the new seed variety. So if anything, the non-buyers were actually more keen to continue growing the new seed variety relative to the random sample of farmers who got the seed for free from the first stage. And before I conclude, I will just touch upon one mechanism that could explain why the non-buyers choose not to buy the seed but ended up having results treatment effects that are not too different from the average farmer. And I look at this by looking at the heterogeneity and treatment effects in terms of growing wheat. I use machine learning techniques to compare between the characteristics of the non-buyers, and I'm focused on the non-buyer sample, and I compare the characteristics of those who have the highest predicted treatment effect versus those with the lowest predicted treatment effect in terms of the treatment effect on growing wheat. I find that one characteristic that distinguishes these two, here I'm focusing on characteristics that can speak to market failures in the credit or risk market, and I find that those who have the highest treatment effect, those with the 20% of the distribution that are predicted to have the highest treatment effect are more likely to report constraints to more borrowing at baseline. I take this as a suggestive evidence that credit constraint could be the reason why the non-buyers did not buy the seeds when they were asked to pay a positive price, but they ended up using the seed and they did as well as the average farmer in the population. So to conclude, I showed you an experiment where I have an experimental design that allows me to compare between the causal effects of free distribution of a new seed variety for 2 groups. The first group is the farmers who received the seed for free from the beginning of the experiment, and the second group is the farmers who choose not to buy the seed and then eventually receive the seed for free. The results suggest that prices do not screen farmers based on their returns to adoption, and one explanation for this could be that ability to pay is different from the revealed willingness to pay and the demand elicitation due to credit constraints. The credit constraint mechanism is consistent with empirical results that I showed you briefly, as well as a theoretical model that I have in the paper. So the policy implication to conclude with is that I alleviate one concern about subsidies. In this setting, it seems that subsidies do not distort allocation to farmers with lower returns. And I actually opened the door for further research look at what can be used as a targeting mechanism if prices cannot serve as a targeting mechanism to target the farmer to have the highest returns. Thank you so much for listening, and I hope I didn't take too much of your time.
Thank you so much, Dr. May. Any questions? Thank you. Okay, great. Thank you so much, Dr. May. Now we have Dr. Amira Shell, our Associate Director of Research here at JPAL MENA.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for bearing with us until the end of the day. It's my pleasure to be among you here today and to present to you my recent work on gender and gender and corruption at the firm level. I'll try to make the presentation as light as possible so that you have the rest of the evening for yourselves. So basically, this paper is about gender and corruption, and we are examining the interrelationships or the associations between those two key variables at the firm level, both in Egypt and at the MENA region. And like what motivated this research, like it's actually a funny story. I was visiting my hairdressers. She's very talented. So I've been dealing with this hairdresser for more than 2 years. And then she got married, and like her husband was looking for work. So I told her, why don't you open your own beauty salon? You are very talented, you have the money, you have the capital. Why don't you kind of start your own business? And she responded that I don't wish to deal with tax officials. So she had the talent, she had the capital, she had a partner, but then she didn't want to start her own business and rather prefer to be cautioned by the business owner because she, as a female, didn't want to be in direct interaction with tax officials. And like I think she meant public officials in the broader sense. So this was like what sparked the interest in this topic. And as most of you know, the MENA region suffers from the highest gender gap worldwide with respect to women establishing, whether owning or managing their own businesses. But the thing that I didn't know is that at the MENA region, we have the highest entrepreneurial intentions, which means that basically women in the MENA region and in Egypt specifically, they have the intention to start their own businesses, but at the end, these intentions are not transferred to them actually managing or owning their businesses on the ground. So here, like I will start by a quick teaser. Here we are plotting the average total early stage entrepreneurial activity rates by gender and by country. And like in a nutshell, this reflects the percentage of the labor force who are actively seeking to start their own businesses, plus those who have just started their own businesses in less than 3 years. And you can see here, like the blue squares basically reflect women, the orange squares reflect men, and you can see here, like in the first section, the low and lower middle income countries, you can see a great gap, for example, in a country like Iran, in Egypt, in Sudan, between rates between female and males. So basically what we can see from the beginning is that females in the MENA region, they have the high intentions to start their businesses, but then these intentions, for a reason or another, they are not transferred on the ground to them actually managing or owning their own businesses. And this like actually reflects a great opportunity lost for Egypt specifically and for the MENA region in the broader sense. We started with a quick overview of the literature, and we found that many of the papers who have been kind of tackling the issue of gender in the labor markets, they have been focusing on low labor force participation rates. So this is one strand of the literature, and high unemployment rates among women. So this was kind of the focus of the literature so far. And there is less evidence on the obstacles that women actually face after they join the labor markets, whether they are joining as workers, as employees, but also as entrepreneurs. So we don't see a lot of evidence on the obstacles that face female entrepreneurs in the MENA region generally and in Egypt in particular. And that's why we decided that this study should be focusing on women entrepreneurs experiencing, suffering from, and perceiving corruption in the MENA region. And we focus on one category of female in the labor markets, which are like female entrepreneurs in like the narrow sense. So there are like 4 key objectives from this study. The first one is that we wanted to know if female managers have a higher likelihood of engaging in corruption. So if you are like a female manager, does this mean that you will be more likely or less likely to engage in corruption or in paying informal payments? So this is one. 2, we wanted to see, okay, now you are a female manager, you decided to engage in a corrupt behavior for a reason or another. If you do, would you be paying more or less compared to a male manager? The third question is that if you are a female manager, does this mean that you are actually requested more to engage in informal payments in the MENA region, or it's the same likelihood to be asked or requested or expected to pay informal payments? And last but not least, if you are actually a female manager and you got engaged in a corrupt behavior, to what extent, like, or how this corruption experience or informal payment experience will actually shape your perceptions about the obstacles of corruption or institutional obstacles, basically, in operating your own business. So it's basically here like incidence, magnitude, requests, and then the perceptions of corruption. In the literature, the studies have focused on what's in black, basically, corruption incidence and corruption magnitude. There is like a strong theoretical background based on the work of Stevenson. What we have worked on is to expand the literature backwards and forwards. So backwards, we decided to focus on corruption demands. So basically, female managers being more requested to engage in corrupt behavior. And then at the end of the story, after these corruption incidences and like the magnitude of informal payments, how do these all shape the perceptions of female managers of corruption as an obstacle to them operating their businesses in the MENA region and in Egypt? So maybe I can skip this slide in the interest of time. So so the first model is the one focusing on corruption incidents. So basically, we draw from the literature on control rights hypothesis, which means that, like, as a female manager, the decision to engage or not engage in corruption is based on the control maintained by public officials over your own firm. So if you are in direct interaction with public officials and like the regulatory framework is weak, so then this means that public officials, they have like a kind of a power over you. So this will determine whether or not you will pay informal payments, regardless of the amount. It's just a dummy variable, you pay or you don't pay. And so here the dependent variable is basically a dummy variable, whether you pay or not. And the main explanatory variable is WIT, which is a vector proxying all firm-required interactions with public officials. So we don't see the control of public officials over firms, but we can see in the data the interactions between public officials and firm managers. So this is the first piece of empirical analysis that we do. The second one is on corruption magnitude. So now we decided to engage in corruption. What's the amount you pay if you are a female manager versus a male manager? And you can see here that our dependent variable is corruption magnitude, basically informal payments as a percentage of sales. And we also draw from the literature on the bargaining hypothesis, which means that basically if you are engaged in corruption, the amount you pay is determined by your ability to pay using a variable like profits, and also your refusal power. So whether you don't pay, then you will be kind of exiting the market. Would you be able to allocate to another sector or not? And this is the sunk cost of your capital. And we know that in the MENA region, the firm's bargaining strength is a function of the gender of the firm top manager, because a corrupt official will know anyways that a female manager will have a lower refusal power. She will be facing a higher cost of reallocating her business elsewhere. We know that female managers are usually concentrated in some of the sectors and subsectors in Egypt and in the MENA region. The third piece of the analysis is on corruption demanded. And like there's an argument in the literature that female managers tend to pay less because they are less asked to pay, or like they are less requested by public officials to engage in corruption. So we wanted also to plot this, and here you'll see that our dependent variable is a dummy for corruption being requested from a female manager versus a male manager. And it's a function of I, which is the interactions with tax officials in particular, the frequency of visits or inspections by tax officials, and along with other explanatory variables. And we wanted to see here whether female managers are more likely to be requested or demanded by public officials to pay. So this is the third piece of the analysis. And we know that, like in the MENA region, we have this particularity that, like tax officials, they know that female managers are more likely to face higher obstacles. So they know that there are barriers to women's entrepreneurship, and they are already aware of that, and we know this. So we anticipate that female managers would be more likely to be requested to pay bribes, and this refutes the argument that they pay less because they are requested less. Because like, no, in the MENA region, in Egypt, they are requested more to pay informal payments. And finally, there is this piece on corruption perception. So now you are exposed to corruption as a female manager or as a male manager, so you pay. You are involved in the incidence of corruption in a way or another. And this will, in a way or another, shape your perception about corruption as an obstacle to the operations of your firm. And we also include other determinants in the literature, which shapes corruption as a perception, or like perceived corruption as an obstacle to firms' operation. So we include opportunity cost of no corruption. We include the ability to meet corruption demands, and we include also the perception of the rule of law. Because if you know that like this is a weak institutional setting, so you will automatically perceive corruption as a bigger obstacle to your firm's operations. And here we have like two opposite directions. We didn't have a clear hypothesis from the beginning, so we know that female managers in the literature, they have higher ethical considerations. So we know that if they do have these higher ethical considerations, they will be more likely to be requested or harassed by public officials to pay informal payments, and then they will perceive corruption as a bigger obstacle to their operations. So this is like a one direction of the effect. But we also know that in the MENA region and in Egypt, female entrepreneurs, they have these kind of greater barriers to their entrepreneurship compared to male managers. So if I'm a female manager, I'm facing bigger obstacles than male managers, so then I will like paying informal payments to kind of grease the wheels of my firm. So I want to pay. I don't perceive this as an obstacle. On the contrary, I perceive this as something good for me as a manager, female manager, to kind of keep the operations of my firm going. So we have these two opposite directions of effect. And like we have conducted some robustness checks in the data and everything. This is a non-RCT work, so this is basically to inform future RCT work. We have been using the World Bank Enterprise Survey Panel dataset covering 6 countries in the MENA region. We have a sample size of 13,000 observations. The working sample size is around 8,000 firms, and we have like 3 panel waves which kind of enabled us to strengthen the analysis and to ensure as much as possible that it's a rigorous analysis. For the data, like the main data variables that we use, the first column here, we have the incidence of corruption, which is like a dummy variable, magnitude of corruption as a percentage, like the informal payments as a percentage of sales, the demand or the request of corruption from female managers versus male managers, and finally, the perception of corruption as an obstacle to firms' operation, both in MENA region and in Egypt. And we have all the variables from the literature and adding from our own analysis on control rights, the rights exercised by public officials over female managers, and we have the bargaining strength of firms managed by females versus males. So jumping to the preliminary findings. So first, we report the findings on the incidence of corruption in the MENA region. And here, like the outcome variable is a dummy variable, whether female managers are more likely to engage in corruption versus male managers. And you can see here in the highlighted coefficient that actually female managers are not more likely to engage on corruption versus male managers. So this is one. We replicated the analysis for Egypt, and we also found that the incidence or like the likelihood of engaging in corruption is the same. Like there is no significant difference between the likelihood of male managers versus female managers to engage in any corrupt behavior. Then we moved to the magnitude of corruption, and we reported them jointly for the MENA region and for Egypt in one table. And you can see here that female managers significantly pay lesser amounts of informal payments versus male managers, and these results were consistent across all model specifications and like all robustness checks reported in the paper, which means that basically if a female manager is involved in corruption versus like a male manager, or like if she's matched to a male manager with the same characteristics, with the same firm level attributes, again, she'll be paying significantly less than male counterparts. Also, we reported the results on being requested to pay informal payments. So this is this is the incidence of corruption requested during tax official visits. And you can see here that female managers are significantly more likely to be requested to engage or to pay informal payments. And this refutes the argument that they tend to pay less because they are requested less. No, they are requested more actually in the MENA region. And like the results are consistent also in Egypt, because like we report the results of Egypt separately because they consist out of 50% out of our pooled samples. So we wanted to have both estimates to see if Egypt is actually driving the results we are seeing for the pooled sample. And again, here you can see that female managers are more likely to be requested or demanded by tax officials to pay or to engage in informal payments. And finally, we explored the perception of corruption as an obstacle to firm operations. And we see here that the significance is very weak. So it means basically that if you are a female manager and you have been subject to a corrupt behavior or anything, this will not amplify your negative perception about corruption as an obstacle to the operations of your own firm. And the results are pretty consistent across the MENA region, our pooled sample, and Egypt. So like our initial understanding of the results is that basically like the MENA region is very specific. We have weak institutional settings. We have searched the literature, and we like our initial understanding or like our initial hypothesis is that because the institutional settings are very weak in Egypt and in the MENA region specifically, and we are trying to account for this by some variables in the analysis. Women are not less likely actually to pay bribes, but they pay smaller amounts. The idea of them paying smaller amounts was also like exciting to us, because we thought that okay, these female managers, they are more subject to stress, to like harassment by public officials. So how come that they are paying lesser amounts of informal payments? What we are trying to do now is that we are expanding the analysis a little bit to test the hypothesis that this group of female managers or female owners, they are a self-selected group of females. So they are not the typical females, because we are in a region that have very high barriers to female entrepreneurship. So if you are a woman and you manage to become an entrepreneur, this means that you have higher traits or better qualities versus your matched male manager. So we are expanding the analysis in this direction. Arguing that probably these female entrepreneurs or female managers, they have like very good attributes, higher negotiation skills or stronger negotiation skills, etc. We are trying also to see whether like if we kind of replicated the analysis using another sample from also countries with weak institutional settings, we will find similar results or not, because this will actually like strengthen our hypothesis or our understanding of the results. So I can pause here and thank you so much for bearing with us until the end of the day.
Yeah, thank you so much, Amira. Anyone has any questions? I mean, this is the last presentation. You can ask one question. No?
I will run.
No? Thank you so much, Amira. You're not free yet. Wait. Okay, I'd like to thank all of our presenters for their contributions and very insightful discussions. I wish we had more time. I wish we didn't use the cards, the red cards. However, I think we can get to talk to them during dinner and ask further questions. It will be more of a networking dinner, so you'll be able to just connect with them on a personal level and ask them more questions. For now, I'd like to call to the stage Dr. Oriana for her concluding remarks.
Hi. I'm very aware that I'm the only thing between you and dinner. So I'll be very brief. I just want to say how fantastic this conference has been. And, you know, research is a very solitary exercise, even if you do it in a group, because you just shoot these ideas and most of them don't work. Most of them you throw away and you think you've done nothing, whereas in reality you've thrown away ideas that don't work, so you've already done a lot. And the impact of what we do, maybe we will never see. But you have to trust that there is an impact. You can always trace it to some, I think Keynes called it academic scribbler. You know, like it takes maybe 20 years, 50 years, but it gets there. So I just want to say, keep going. And thank you to Hamed for starting all of this. When he left G2LM Leak, because you might not know, but Hamed was my vice director at G2LM Leak, the job that now Annabelle is doing fantastically well. But when Ahmed left, I didn't know that Annabelle would be fantastic as him. And so I was truly desperate. And I was like telling him, why are you going? Why, Ahmed? Why are you doing this to me? Well, now I know why, and it's a much better reason. So thank you, Hamed. Congratulations, everybody. Keep up the good work.
Thank you all, and thank you for the organizing team for the lovely work. Thank you so much. We're going to walk towards the restaurant in groups. You'll have a team member to guide you through the process, and we'll take the bus from the restaurant once we're done with dinner. You're free. Okay, everyone, this is Ali. He's leading the way to the restaurant. He's wearing burgundy. This is Ali. Please follow him.